welcome everyone to the workshop Coding AI, examining the political and environmental impact of the life cycle of algorithms. I'm Ana Valdivia. I'm a lecturer in AI, government and policy here at the Oxford Internet Institute. And this event is co-organized together with my colleague Benedetta Brevini, an associate professor of political communication at the University of Sydney. So I've been surfing the wave of AI for more than 15 years as a mathematician and computer scientist, analyzing datasets using machine learning algorithms to find patterns in these datasets, coding in the cloud, executing Python scripts with natural language processing functions to extract correlations between words in big text. But nobody told me in the past that my code could have a political and even an environmental impact on our communities and our land. So in the last years, academics, journalists, civil organizations have centered their efforts in analyzing algorithmic discrimination, codes, and bias. Much has been found about algorithms that automatize discrimination on historically oppressed communities. Biometrics for border control that jeopardizes fundamental rights of people on the move. Automatic decision-making systems in a dismantled welfare system, making more difficult the access to support allowances for vulnerable subjects, such as in Daniel Blake. Or impressive stochastic parrots developed by big tech companies that fed the hype of artificial intelligence despite the lack of ethical and political concerns such as misinformation or automated bias. Yet, little is known about the impact beyond the code. The AI has a life cycle that also impacts politically and environmentally. This life cycle can be categorized in three main stages. The first stage starts with mineral extractivism to create its infrastructure, such as chips, batteries, laptops, and servers. Iron, aluminium, copper, lithium, silicon, or cobalt are needed to build these digital devices. Someone has to extract these resources and ship it to factories that will manufacture these devices. The stage two. So then it follows with the installation of data infrastructures, such as data centers, to analyze data and run algorithms, where the automated discrimination happens. The energy and water consumption of algorithms is very large. For instance, training an algorithm that automatically writes text, such as stochastic parrots, has the same carbon footprint as a round car trip to the moon. So like sending a car to the moon and coming back. And then stage three. It ends with electronic waste dumps. When the infrastructure is not useful anymore, devices are shipped and thrown away in territories where AI seems not to have nothing to do with the electronic garbage and the political and environmental impact that this creates in these communities and in these lands. So this workshop will explore interactions and controversies of the materiality of algorithms over the whole life cycle, decoding the impact that AI has beyond the code, and moving further the critical debate on algorithmic discrimination and resistance. How technology expectations shape geographies and regulatory frameworks? Are algorithms and its materiality transforming urban and labor conditions? Is the exploitation of e-waste impacting on historically oppressed communities? Is artificial intelligence good for the planet? Has AI an impact on the environment beyond its carbon footprint? What modes of resistance have been raised across the globe against the extractivism of natural resources for technology purposes? These and other questions will be answered today by our speakers, which I would like to thank their participation to this event. So the workshop has been structured in two sessions, and as you might know. The first one goes from 10 a.m. to 12:15, and it will be chaired by Martina Tarzioli, a reader at the Politics Department of Goldsmiths. Speakers will have 15 minutes each, and then 30 minutes discussion will follow. Then finally, we will have the opportunity to ask questions around like 30 minutes to the speakers at the end of the session. Those online, please remember to write your questions on the Q&A window of Zoom. And then finally, for those that are here in person, remember that the fire exits are in this door and in these doors. Toilets are outside. We will have also tea and drinks at 11 a.m. So please feel free to stand up and get some drinks outside. And then finally, I would like to thank Mark, Maisie, Duncan, and Jorge, and also Ellie for their guidance and support to organize this workshop at the Oxford Internet Institute. Without their implication, this event would have never happened. And finally, this workshop has been supported by funding from the Alan Turing Institute under the Postdoctoral Enrichment Award, which I'm enormously grateful for the opportunity given. So thank you very much. Welcome to the workshop. And I think we can start with the session that Martina will share. Okay. Sorry, I think that Benedetta, I don't know if she has been.
Fantastic. Yes. Thank you so much for promoting me as a panelist. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, maybe we should wait and do the same also for Lorena and Maurizio, so they can all be joining us as well soon.
You can just like start with the highlights of the introduction if you want.
Okay, so I just wanted to thank, of course, Anna and the Oxford Internet Institute, for being so proactive in the organization of this workshop. I'm Benedetta Brevini. I'm an associate professor at the University of Sydney and a senior fellow at the London School of Economics. And of course, Anna has given a fantastic overview of what we're going to be doing this morning or tonight, depending on the different timelines and the different time, because actually we really tried to make this workshop as global as possible. And as you know, the panelists are based in a variety of regions of the world. And this is actually really reflects a choice that Anna and I really made on trying to represent, the globality of the forces and the factors that are involved in, the way in which AI is currently being developed. And of course, also trying to really follow the supply and production chain of AI and the life cycles of AI. And in order to do that, we need really to look at the entire globe. And, Anna has given a few very useful examples of what's happening in the AI world and why is it that very often we tend to overlook or we tend to avoid thinking about the materiality of these particular applications and the development of the most recent technologies. We kind of always tend to refer to them as if they are almost mythologies, as if we can talk about technology, to use David Nye first concept as the technological sublime. And the same concept, as you know, probably has been developed then and adopted by Vincent Mosco, that used the concept of the digital sublime. And now actually we can use for sure, the concept of AI sublime, because we really see the way and the extent in which discourse around AI is, constantly surrounded and enriched by these mythologies. And what are the effects of these mythologies? Why is it that we constantly are bombarded by references to AI as something that will come and change our lives, something that will come and change and save the planet from its crisis, for example? So why is that? And, both Anna and I have become really fascinated, of course, with these mythologies and these discourses that are so dominant. And of course, like the fact that you have dominant myth around technologies are also triggering the fact that the magic always resists critical scrutiny. And I really like you to reflect also today on the way in which the magic always obscure, always resist critical scrutiny, because what we're trying to do today is precisely to reclaim this critical scrutiny by claiming also the materiality of AI, and we'll be looking at it really through all the supply and production change that is involved, and which is specifically incredibly global. And this is why, we'll start with the extractivism that, as Anna already referred to, as characterized, the beginning, of the development of the devices, of the technologies that we're adopting today. And then we're moving into, the phase of the training, for example, the algorithm, that we're moving into the consumerism that has been, generated as a result of adoption of AI. And we're finishing, with the great panel that will be debating, of course, e-waste and disposal. So, I mean, I think that actually we can start with the first panelist, Anna, if you agree, and I can see that now they're all visible, so we can maybe also introduce them.
Yeah, thank you, Benedetta. Yeah, so Martina will introduce Lorena Jaume Palacé.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Martina Tazzioli. I'm very glad to chair the first session of this super interesting workshop. And the speakers, I will name them and then I will introduce one by one. Of this session, Lorena Jaume Palacé from the Ethical Tech Society, then followed by Maurizio Pironi and Mattia Frapporti from the Into the Black Box organization and the University of Bologna, and then we will end with Benedetta Brevini from the University of Sydney. So, is Lorena there? Yes. Lorena Jaume Palacé from the Ethical Society researches, consults, and publishes on the tension between technology and ethics. Among others, she advises the European Parliament on artificial intelligence and was a former member of the high-level expert group on artificial intelligence of the European Commission. In 2020, she was appointed to the National Council for Artificial Intelligence by the government of her home country, Spain. Her current research focuses on public interest and practices of power at the intersection of technology and regulation. So Lorena, we speak about the mechanization of politics, how politics about technology distract from technology-mediated abuse. So Lorena, the floor is yours, 15 minutes, and then we will move to the second speaker and the third speaker before opening to Q&A.
Thanks so much for the invitation and for the organization. I'm really looking forward to the conversations throughout the date. May I get the rights to share my screen, please?
You don't have, let's see now.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. There we go. Yes, so I have 15 minutes. That's not much because there's a lot that can be said about this. It's quite an abstract theme. So I'm trying to make this topic more concrete by looking at a very specific example. But let's start with the question that I would like to use as a form of guiding narrative across the whole conversation. So nowadays, when we talk about AI and AI regulation or regulation of algorithmic systems or algorithms, there's a lot of different buzzwords and names used for this type of technological-led or focused regulation. What I miss is really understanding what are the concrete consequences of most of that regulation and how it really relates to real dangers. Because this is one of the risk and dangers are one of the two main wordings that are put into correlation when talking about algorithmic systems. So how are endangered drinking water resources in Berlin, for instance, connected to AI driving assistance systems for cars built in Brandenburg? How many dots do we need to connect to understand that the former is a consequence of the later one? And from a normative perspective, how many laws do we find in between all those steps that we need to really understand how building cars in Brandenburg, which is on the outskirts of Berlin, it's a different county, so to say, a Bundesland in Germany, is connected to resources in a very different place. So let's start with a very short, very brief history of how regulation, technical regulation, has been happening through the history of the European Union. So the European regulators or regulators have been one of the most avid creators of algorithms. They have created regulation specifying how specific forms of calculation should be applied both in the energy sector or in the transport sector or in the banking sector. And it was all very focused within a legal discipline that has its own methodology and its own mechanisms. And with that, this sort of technology regulation was very specific and was not disposable to apply to other fields because of the methodologies and the law dogmatic that it was using. Now, what we see with the so-called GDPR is that with this first, also initially, the directive on data protection regulation was also a very specific piece of law that was meant for a very specific sector in law, which was the data management from the state towards the citizen. And then it became more and more a piece of regulation that was being used across all sectors, that became transversal or horizontal as it's usually mentioned. And this piece of horizontal regulation has been a sort of a starting point for the creation of new pieces of regulation that have a more transversal or horizontal character, like, for instance, the Digital Markets Act or the now very much discussed Artificial Intelligence Act. So what is the point of all those regulations that are horizontal and that are meant to be applied within almost all sectors of society, whereas the European Union has a regulatory competence? The point is that it's very centered on the either algorithmic formulas or in the data processes. And to a certain extent, it has a very flat, one-dimensional understanding of technology. So what is technology actually? Technology is more than just simply algorithms and data. It's on the one side, it's a set of tools, of machines, of systems and processes used in the practical arts and engineering, as Nai said. But it also has a more intellectual dimension to it, which is the modes of operations, the set of practices and skills, and the ways of thinking linked to and shaped by those tools, devices, and machines. So this means that there is a specific way of thinking when I use a keyboard, and there is a very specific way of operating when I'm using a specific technology, which it depends on how the device looks like. Is it a flat screen? Is it a touch screen? Do I need to use my fingers, or can I use gestures? This sort of changes the way how I use that technology, and it is also part of the technology itself. So there's a material side to it, there's an ideological, intellectual side to it, there's a practice, a social side to it. And within the material side, what we see in regulation is that we are in regulatory terms, talking always about a specific system. Regulation assumes that a system needs to be regulated, and to a certain extent ignores that most systems are not operated in the vacuum. They are connected to many, many other systems. They have a material side to it, they have a social side to it, and those parts are totally out of the scope of how regulators think when addressing issues of algorithmic regulation. So what we say is, for instance, when we talk about autonomous cars, that we have a lot of systems that need to operate with each other. And the fact that we can regulate each piece of those systems, of those components. So let's say the fact that we can regulate how advanced emergency braking looks like, and intelligent speed assistance, or improve seat belts based on specific sensor systems. It does not mean that you are regulating how those systems interact with each other. This has also to do with the idea that we see from centuries ago, that machines were usually seen as something complete, as for instance, a ship. There are pieces of German regulation that declare, for instance, a ship as a machine, while nowadays we will look at ships and say, well, this is a machine with a lot of machines inside. It's a compound machine. And the risk involved in this type of approach is that we're trying to a certain extent to explain the woods by explaining every single tree. So that's sort of approach like that, a mechanical approach, a mechanical thinking approach that is not only a typical approach within engineering sciences, but it's also a European Occidental approach that is predated by a specific form of philosophy that goes far beyond the idea, the theories, the theory of science that we have in nature and mathematics, but also applies to normative thinking, both in law and ethics. Now, let's take Tesla as an example of how when we talk about autonomous driving, we think of a concrete AI system, when in reality, we're talking about a lot of different systems that are working together. Tesla, for instance, plans to build the autopilot model purely based on computer vision, and it's accompanied by machine learning and video streams from the cameras. This raw footage is then processed through convolutional neural networks to object tracking and detection. And apart from cameras, Tesla Autopilot also boasts of boasts of radar and ultrasonic sensors. The radar is utilized for seeing and gauging the distance between cars and other object, and the ultrasonic sensors also work in correspondence to measuring proximity with passive objects. So apart from that, when the car is not in motion, for instance, at a crossroads, it still has to perform tasks, about 100 tasks at the given moment. And because it's expensive and inefficient to use neural networks, the Tesla vehicle processes huge doses of processes huge doses of information in real time. The computer vision workflow runs all tasks on a shared backbone called ResNet 50 that has the ability to run 1,000 images at a time. And the shared backbone of neural networks is called a hadronet. So you say it's a lot of systems. It has additional systems as well, like the bird eyes view, the smart summon, a dual AI chip system for security. So thinking of an algorithm or of one system without understanding that every algorithmic system is part of a wider ecosystem, it's really sort of thinking in a silo and thinking in a vacuum. Tesla also has a digital twin for the car, and for that twin, there's a cloud, and there's also a different AI system. but it also has a very physical material component, like the gigafactory that was built in the last 2 years here in Brandenburg, Germany. And is, as you see, it's a 300-hectare facility that includes all of these buildings: a press shop, a foundry, a boarding white, a paint shop, a powder coating, plastic injection, and more facilities, as you see here in the list: a tank farm, central utilities building, wastewater treatment substation, fire brigade, logistic areas, fire water retention basin, rainwater retention basins. Most of those buildings have been, ironically, built by a digital architectonical twin. This is from an interview with Evan Horetsky, who is the engineer who designed the Gigafactory in Germany. And he explained how he started designing the factory. And when he started thinking of how to create the factory, the idea was that the most expensive part of the car is the battery. So when constructing a Tesla, it's all optimized towards the battery, towards the creation of the battery, towards the efficiency of the battery. And for that, what they do is that they construct a digital twin of the building based on the optimization of the usage of the equipment. So this means that they wrap the building around the equipment, and that it happens based on a digital architectonical twin and data that is used, putting as the optimization goal, not the persons, not other type of processes, but the processes that gear towards the battery. But the interesting side of this interview as well, that was also conducted with Northvolt, vice president of building, of Group Building, which is a battery company that was created by 2 former Tesla employees and that are part of the network that Tesla works with, is that the creation of the Gigafactory has additional goals. And those additional goals are very much about understanding how to build in a cost-efficient way and how to create a playbook when creating these gigafactories that can be used globally. And how that does playbook look like? It's about supply landscaping. It's about understanding not only how to build for the battery, but also understanding how to transform the construction business. It's about disrupting also that part and evading specific regulations so that you can construct, move fast and break construction and break nature. What that means at the very end is that the playbook has an additional goal that it's not transparent when the Gigafactory was being built, which is, and that goes beyond the constructions of cars. It's about centering a specific strategy in the way how things are constructed to create a specific supply chain landscape and infrastructure that creates dependency within a geography. And it also a strategic form of leading the process instead of having to be led by the legal process. So how was that process, that legal process? So the legal process was, I need to wrap up. I understand I am a bit short of time. So the legal process was very much centered around a legal procedure that is called procedural according to the Federal Emission Control Act. And the procedure has a concentration effect officially, which means that requirements need to be examined by the competent authorities, and then they are summarized in a permit. So what are those requirements? The requirements are a lot. They are requirements about emission, about nature conservation, about drinking water protection, about building law, forest law, and many, many others. And those requirements and do not need to be fulfilled to start building, but you need to, so you can start assuming or taking a risk, start with the building, start creating working contracts, but then you have a specific period of time to present all the requirements at the very end. What happened with Tesla? What happened with Tesla is that they keep changing the permit plans so that they would enlarge and add additional features that will need a new revision from the competent authorities and from the involved parties. And with that, the period of time that they would need to present all requirements would go farther and farther in the future, so that they were winning more and more time to still keep constructing the buildings or the factory on the one side, and already set a path dependency because contracts were being given and narratives were being set in place. So the interesting part here is also how the legal process was made. Because of this compartmentalization that we see not only in the ways how we address problems in engineering, but also the way how we address problems in law, we have different authorities that were controlling and supervising the requirements, but there was a specific part of the process that was totally out of the usual nature and drinking water protection requirements and the responsible authorities. That was the part with the water law permits for the infiltration of rainwater, the installation of foundation piles, and the temporary lowering of the groundwater during construction. These were processed separately by the lower water authority of the district in Brandenburg, of a specific district there, and parts of it by a different authority. And this led to a water rationing that prohibited that other entities within the region could be able to, for instance, in this case, to build a school. So the water association that is in charge of supplying with water the whole region has a veto right whenever there's a new building or whenever there's a new business that wants to be built within the region, and they put a water stop and denied permission not only to schools and kindergartens, but also to, false slide animation. So that what we see right now is that water is being rationed both for private households, and also it has caused a stop for new companies and public buildings to in the area, because there's not enough water for all. So why was that the case? How come that there was this water miscalculation? And it has to do a lot also with, ironically, the algorithmic systems used for the water calculation to understand the adequacy, whether it's okay to let Tesla build that factory. And well, the Water Association was saying that they have a different system that is based on actual data. The formal authorities that are giving or granting the permission have not adapted the systems to the realities of climate change. So due to climate change, we have a higher average of temperatures, longer vegetation periods, as one expert of Siebenthaler of NABU, which is a sort of German Greenpeace association. And what experts in science and in green activism have been saying is that the calculations that are made by the government are based on statistics of the past, assuming that the weather conditions and the climate conditions are as in the past, which is not accurate anymore because of climate change. So ironically, what we have is a algorithmic, badly calculated prediction of the energy and the water and resources supply that Tesla might need, that has led to, instead of a vigorization of the economic sector in the area, to an exclusion and a locked-in situation where new business cannot come into the Brandenburg sector and create a new business into this Brandenburg sector and create new businesses. Schools cannot be built, kindergartens cannot be built. But on the other side, additional expansion requests from Tesla are permitted, which is, for instance, this battery factory that is now approved and will be built with further 100 hectares within the next months, and will, of course, need more water for the creation of the lithium batteries that will be used in the Tesla cars.
Lorena, sorry.
Creating this sort of locked-in situation. So we'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lorena. Thank you very much. And just stay there for the discussion and the questions and answers at the end of the session.
So let's move to the second presentation by Maurizio Pirone and Mattia Frapporti from the University of Bologna and from Into the Black Box. So Mattia Frapporti is postdoctoral fellow in platform economy and the new frontiers of urban logistics, genealogies and critics at the University of Bologna within the Horizon 2020 Plus project, Platform Labor in Urban Spaces. He's working now on a new Horizon Europe project called INCA, Increased Corporate Political Responsibility and Accountability. His research focuses are on the process of European integration, the politics of infrastructures, critical logistics, and the logistics genealogy. It is part of a research group on logistics called Into the Black Box and on the journal Zapruder. Maurizio Pirone is researcher at the Department of Art of the University of Bologna for the Horizon Europe project INCA, Increased Corporate Political Accountability and Responsibility. He's part of the research group Into the Black Box and member of the editorial board of Work Organization, Labor and Globalization. Recently, he also joined the working group on mobilization, regulation and policy strategies of the Cost Action Platform Work Inclusion Living Lab. So their presentation today is entitled Beyond the Materiality of the Algorithm.
We changed the title.
Okay, sorry about that. This is the title I had. So I think maybe you come here, can speak around 15 minutes, and Mattia is online.
Mattia will start. Morning, everybody, and thanks to Anna, Benedetta, Martina for organizing this seminar. Mattia will start, then I will take the floor. We will be more on the theoretical side, try to give some concepts to frame, especially the role of platforms, digital technologies, and their impact on the labor force. But I think that it matches well with Lorena's speech, especially when she spoke about, the idea to not analyze these technologies as simply a sum of components. And we will propose the concept of infrastructure to analyze these techs as a whole, especially the role of digital platforms. So Mattia.
But we have some slides, so who share?
Do you have your slides on your computer? So you can, you don't have.
So I have.
I can send you immediately if you need. Yeah.
I'm just connecting to because I saw the one like downloading this. Right here. Okay, I have it here.
So can you?
Yeah. And then... Okay, so Mattia, when you tell me, I can like move the slides.
Okay.
Can also people online see the slides?
I see the slides through the screen that show the room actually, but.
Okay. Let me check. But you can start and I see if like people can see here.
Okay, so So hello, everyone, and yeah, also from my side, thanks Anna, Benedetta, Martina, and the Oxford Internet Institute, and all the organizer of this workshop. And as Maurizio said, well, actually, before, I'm sorry for not being in person, but actually an unpredictable commitment rose, and so I'm online. And as I say, as Maurizio said, in our speech, we will not focus specifically on AI, but actually on platforms, which are organized and governed by AI, by the way. So yes, we changed the title, and we titled this speech "Platforms as Infrastructure and Their Friction with Living Labor." We organize each other on 20 minutes, but we will try to do our best to be faster. So first slide, please.
Mattia, one more, that maybe.
Yeah, so I would like to start with a quotation by Marx. So actually, I guess the most famous quotation by Marx, which is the definition of capital. So according to Marx, capital is not a thing, but a social relation between persons established by the instrumentality of things. Capitalist relation is built upon things, either they are natural or artificial. Next slide, please. So infrastructures are undoubtedly particular forms of such artificial things. According to Brian Larkin, they are matter that enable the movement of other matter. In other words, society moves on the matter infrastructure are composed of. This gives to infrastructure an intrinsic political role. Generally speaking, artifacts and infrastructure too have politics, and infrastructures play a prominent governmental role. Next slide, please. So today, first part of the speech will be much more theoretical. Indeed, I think that to fully understand the impact of platform on our society, it is crucial to conceive platforms as proper infrastructures with a governmental function. Then I will leave the floor to Maurizio, that will focus much more on labor and on the role of worker, which strike and fight in order to build up and achieve a kind of different infrastructure that govern their work and their lives. Next slide, please. Yeah, so so digital platform today can more and more be identified as new contemporary infrastructure. In a seminal article published a few years ago, Jean-Christophe Plantin et al. Argue that despite platforms and infrastructure originally differ in scale and scope, today, networked computing and changing political sentiment have created an environment in which platforms can achieve enormous scale, coexist with infrastructure, and in some cases compete with or even supplant them. In other words, we see both an hybridization, so a platformization of infrastructure, and an infrastructuralization of platforms, and a contemporary convergence of platforms and infrastructures. Next slide, please. Thus, the infrastructural role took by multiple platforms today is assumed by literature. Nick Znicek, in his crucial book titled Platform Capitalism, defined platforms as digital infrastructure that enable two or more groups to interact. They therefore position themselves as intermediaries that bring together different users, customers, advertisers, service providers, producers, suppliers, and even physical objects. Next slide, please. In the Platform Society 2, a book by José Van Dijk, Thomas Paul, and Martin de Waal, The infrastructure dimension of platform is tackled clearly. Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, and Microsoft form, according to them, the authors, the heart of the ecosystem upon which many other platforms and apps can be built. Thanks to them, according to authors, a series of sectoral platforms flourish. They serve a particular sector or needs such as news, transportation, food, education, health, finance, or hospitality. Next slide, please. So such distinction can be that divide the sectoral and infrastructural platform can be accepted for some reasons and blended or at least complexified for others. I'm ending my section of the speech exploring the two. Next slide, please. So reasons that make this distinction acceptable lie on the double character of material and non-material infrastructure that the GAFAM, so-called GAFAM, so Google, Amazon, Facebook, which is actually Meta now, Apple and Microsoft, assume in the global scenario. Indeed, further than their digital role, in the last years, most of them landed in the analogic world, buying or building proper material infrastructure. This is the case, for example, of the submarine optic fiber cable. In some manners, all owners of cables are no longer just the service provider like Telefonica or other communication provider firms, but also what are formerly users like Amazon, Meta, or Microsoft, who expand their infrastructural position. So-called digital infrastructural platforms own today the material backbone of Internet. The hybridization on the analogical infrastructure with the digital world has never been as evident as today. The next slide, please. A single focus on Amazon could show the double character of material and material infrastructure of such platforms even strongly. It is well known that since the very beginning, Amazon has been much more than a mere logistics agent. Branches such as Amazon Web Service have accompanied the operation of the platform since the early 2000s. AWS is the most immediate example to highlight the material and digital aspect of Amazon's infrastructure. As a matter of fact, AWS can certainly be considered a material infrastructure that serves the digital. AWS comprises data centers, for example, spread all over the world, often located actually at the fringe of the submarine cables. At the same time, however, it is easy to see how AWS is a digital infrastructure that serves the digital. Giant platforms such as Netflix or public services in Italy or French rely on AWS to distribute their content. The dual character of material and non-material infrastructure enrolled by GAFAM give to them a particular crucial position in Western society. However, on closer view, this peculiar position is shared with other platforms. This leads us to blend the assumption that the GAFAM are the only infrastructural platforms for multiple reasons. Next slide, please. So, firstly, since 2007, 2008 economic crisis, platforms of different kind have occupied an infrastructurized digital space, raising a number of issues. Indeed, like material infrastructure, digital infrastructure connect, but at the same time restrict and impose behaviors. It is difficult today to book a non-hotel accommodation in Europe or North America without using Airbnb or Booking.com, for example. Similarly, it is unthinkable to penetrate a community of users as deep and large as WeChat does in China. To some extent, we could focus on Rappi or Mercado Libre too, that once again answer to the same characters of US or China infrastructural platform, but in Latin America. In all these cases, alternative channels are not disappearing, of course, but the hegemonic trait that these platforms impose is evident. After all, even when the railways became widespread in the 19th century, it was still possible to transport goods via the river system, but opportunity addressed and forces the choice. Next slide, please. So actually, I'll skip this slide to go quicker. So next slide. Okay. And yeah, the second reason why a rigid hierarchization of platforms should be announced and why they should extensively consider infrastructure is directly intertwined with the political and governmental character of their operations, partly due to the monopolistic and hegemonic position they often hold. In fact, a multitude of platforms are now part of the complex network, or stack, to quote the famous book of Benjamin Bratton, to the complex network that makes up contemporary governance. Considering platforms in their political role, thoughts certainly immediately run to cases such as that of Cambridge Analytica and Facebook's influence in the 2016 US president election, or to their action in moderating user content. Twitter and Facebook's censorship of Donald Trump's tweets is well known. It's not a matter of if they are right or not, but it's a matter of the political role they play. Next slide, please. But most importantly, the real political power of platforms, which is also significant in understanding the nature of contemporary capitalism, revolves around the function of the algorithm and the extraordinary capacity to accumulate and exploit data, or big data. Firstly, in digital platforms, the algorithm is low, and it enables and imposes a specific form of user behavior, governing the cloud and governing a digital and sometimes private dimension that it's difficult to legislate even by the state. The capacity for data storage and processing is the second decisive source of political power and economic valorization that characterize different platforms. Such data accumulation and elaboration give to platforms a crucial governmental charter that is political power, and that is particularly clear if we focus on labor. However, I think that the crucial point to stress here is that thanks to their management of data flows, platforms of all kinds can conditionate conducts, to recall Michel Foucault. And here I stop and I leave the stage to Maurilio. Thank you.
Thank you, Mattia. So
Can we go to the next? Okay, so to resume, we try to argue that platforms are infrastructures, primarily because they extract, store, refine, implement data. So we can call, back this quotation of Shoshana Zuboff that defines surveillance capitalism as the unilateral claiming of private human experience as free raw material for translation into behavioral data. These data are then computed and packaged as prediction conduct and sold into behavioral future markets. Business customer with a commercial interest in knowing what we will do now, soon, and later. So in this sense, Zuboff called these data behavioral surplus, human activities that are datafied and then transformed into value and predictions. So in the surveillance capitalism, as they name it, this extraction of data aims both at two things: value accumulation on one side and governing behaviors on the other side. We can go on. So, put it differently, platforms are primarily infrastructures for the data extraction, we say it. And they extract this data from human behaviors, we say. And we do this to govern conducts and to accumulate value. So we can analyze, the organization of these infrastructures around different angles. We can focus on the hardware components. So we named, data centers and so on. We can focus on the software. And so we can place the artificial intelligence inside, this kind of tools. We can analyze in terms of functions, so networking, content creation, service providers, and so on. And we can also focus on the subjects captured into such infrastructures, considering their gender, their race, their class. We can consider also, collective subjects as, or institutional subjects as states. We can consider workers and so on. In this case, we want to focus on the subject, especially on the workers. So what about the workers? We first propose to name them in terms of algorithmic subjectivities. Why? Because in this case, their form of working, living, and so on is mainly the product of digital infrastructures. And moreover, we want to call back another Marxian distinction, the one between living labor and abstract labor. With living labor, we means the capacity of labor in action, what we can, practically do at work. On the other side, we name abstract labor as the time of labor without any kind of particular feature. It's exactly the time. So next, please. So today, the abstract labor is represented exactly by datafication. Everything can be measured, quantified, and compared thanks to data. And for this reason, we can also orient and plan the things and human behavior. To datafy means to codify, to assign a sign to a set of things or behaviors. It means also to simplify the complexity of reality. But on the other side, the living labor implements the rationality of the infrastructure into the world, fill the gap between the measure and the contingency. We can map a city through Google Maps, but it does not guarantee you will find the right direction. So we can say that, in this process of datification, data accumulation, and so on, we have a lot of different activities. We have tracking, rating, ranking, but we have also, gamification, rewards, sanctions. All platforms use both punitive measures, okay, and here I say in discipline, and on the other side, incentive-based tool, so an active engagement. When we speak about, algorithmic management, generally we associate it with neo-Taylorism, forms of control, measurement, punishment, and so on. And there is an irrefutable asymmetry between the platform infrastructure as a panopticon that can see and measure everything, and the individual gazes. On one side, the algorithm can coordinate multiple subjects and have a, overall gaze of what is happening. On the other side, the single worker can just see fragments of the labor process, okay? And this is particular because workers cannot see the logic of the algorithm, the shift distribution, the ranking criteria, and so on. They can also speculate only on this. On the other side, they are part of a common and collective process of circulation and production. So there is a tension between, this collective dimension managed by the algorithm and the individual and fragmented gazes. So on the other side, it would be wrong to reduce the power of the infrastructure only to pervasive control. It's not simply a matter of punishment and circulation. It's also a matter of self-activation. The gamification of labor through platform is a good example. People are stimulated to invest personal resources, to blur private and public life, leisure and working time, to take care of customer, to improve soft skill. This because workforce is under competition for a good ranking, for peace working, and so on. The effect of crowd work is to put pressure on workers to not be lazy. In the end, gamification is a form of intensification of labor. So, but there is a limit we may underline in this paradigm of surveillance capitalism. So in the idea that, you know, our behavior is more and more datafied, that we are stimulated to be active on the platforms, that they control completely our conducts. The discipline imposed by platforms is totally pervasive, unquestionable, always efficient or not. What we want to say is that there is a flourishing of forms to escape, gamify, subvert, size, democratize, struggle with the platforms as infrastructures. And we try to resume it into, you know, forms of opposition, forms of appropriations, individual or collective. Next, please. So on one side, we have these counter-conducts, okay? Inside they try to generally exploit the limits of datafication. On one side, we have, for example, the multi-apping, that is, you know, a form of use more than one app, you know, to search for a job. In this case, workers cannot totally move out of the platform infrastructure, but jump from a marketplace to another, for example, in order to search for better fares. So digital nomadism as a form to lighten the dependency from the infrastructure. But we have also other kind of, you know, other kind of the conducts. We can highlight, for example, forms of taking advantage from glitches or technology. For example, food delivery work in the food delivery sector, is quite widespread use of bot or fired software to obtain shifts or orders. Or platforms are constantly updating their software to adapt the control to so-called misbehaviors, fake accounts, laziness, timing, and so on. Or, for example, Uber drivers have been reported to adopt short-term log-offs to stimulate traffic through artificial orders to avoid unprofitable orders, and so on. Another forms of, you know, confronting the infrastructure is the exit. Exit to infrastructure is another way to break the power of mediation that they establish between users. For example, cleaners on platforms like Helpling may develop a long-term relationship with the customer and circumvent, you know, the platform. Airbnb hosts can do the same with frequent guests, Uber drivers with passengers, and so on. So in this case, you know, the absence of the company on one side can favor this kind of behaviors. A third field is the counterpower. So algorithm means, in this case, to counterpower the algorithm means to challenge its rules. And for this reason, this is especially a collective action. A first action is, for example, to use self-organized web chats to mutual supports. Workers are frequently in touch through messaging services on WhatsApp, Facebook, and in this case, they share tips on bureaucracy, blacklist on customers, they share traffic warnings, and so on. And this is, in a way, a spontaneous creation of communities of support to break the asymmetry of the information on the platform. It's a sort of reverse engineering against the opacity, a one-way communication imposed by this infrastructure. Or, moreover, there is the tendency also to not limit to mutual aid, but also to coordinate for conflict actions. And in this case, we may highlight forms of, for example, logout or strike, all forms that underline how the infrastructure need these algorithmic subjectivities to operate. There is, you know, no formal operation without these living labor. And finally, we may underline, you know, the forms of democratization of these infrastructures. In this case, workers opt for directly take back the power and the control of the infrastructure, as the control is a relevant power issues nowadays on these infrastructures. In this case, they attempt to constitute a cooperative platform based, based on more democratic principles, or to build up or to develop open software with a decentralized management. And to conclude, which is the best or the more efficient strategy? And it is an open question, and then I leave this for the debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mattia. And then we go with the last speaker for this panel.
Please.
Can you enable my video? Could you please enable my video? Thank you.
The video.
Yes.
From the
Hello again.
Yeah. So last speaker for the sessions, Benedetta Brevini from the University of Sydney. Benedetta Brevini is Associate Professor of Political Economy of Communication at the University of Sydney and Senior Visiting Fellow at the LSE Department of Media and Communication. Before joining the Academy, she worked as a journalist in Milan, New York, and London for CNBC, RAI, and The Guardian. She is the author of several books, including Is AI Good for the Planet?, Amazon Understanding a Global Communication Giant, Public Service Broadcasting Online, and the editor of Beyond WikiLeaks, Carbon, Capitalism, and Communication, Confronting Climate Crisis, Climate Change, and the Media. She is currently working on a new volume for Polity entitled Communication System, Technology, and the Climate Emergency. And our talk is entitled The Time for Action is Now, Artificial Intelligence, Its Environmental Cost, and What to Do About it. Benedetta, the floor is yours.
Hello everybody again, and I want to attempt to share my screen. And I'm conscious of time, but maybe we could, if Anna and Martina agree, maybe we could steal some time from the lunch break. Just a sec again. I just want to actually use the full option here. So
Also to let you know that there's like, for those people that are in person, there are like tea, water outside. So just if you want like to have like some drinks, just feel free to go outside and then come back.
Okay, so I want to take a slightly different approach.
We cannot see your slide. We just see like kind of like the browser, part of the browser.
Are you sure? So not even now?
No.
Okay, so I'll try to stop sharing, and I'll try again to share again. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so I want to take a slightly different approach. Instead of focusing first on technology, I want to really try to focus and bring the climate crisis at the center of our analysis. The climate crisis, of course, has to be conceived also in relation to the current capitalist system in which we are operating and living. So, of course, we all know that the latest COP27 that is just concluded in Egypt has reiterated many times that the world is sending a distressing signal. And of course, like what we saw is that throughout the latest global climate report, we have seen actually that the UN has constantly reminded us of, the chronicle of climate crisis that we are actually experiencing. And we know pretty well that we have to maintain a certain kind of behavior. In other words, we have to follow the pledges that were made back in Paris not to go over the famous 1.5 degree Celsius threshold if we want to avoid catastrophic climate crisis, constant weather events, a bit of what we've been experiencing lately in the last couple of years, especially with sudden floods, constant cyclones, constant instances of drought, for example. And while this all unfolds, we actually see that more and more there is a global race towards Green New Deals. And we see also that Europe has been particularly active in really trying to find solutions to recover first from the pandemic, but of course addressing the climate crisis. At the moment, for those of you that are following the European policy making on the matter, you would have seen that we are talking now a lot about the so-called twin transition. And twin transition really means that we will be addressing the climate crisis through technology. So we are really using technological innovations and digital services at the core of this recovery, with the potential to create millions of jobs, of course, and boost economies. And of course, we know the EU leader agreed on major recovery packages. I would like you to pay attention just quickly to the fact that despite, all of this discourse surrounding technology, and despite the fact that we know that we are going to be implementing and using all these digital technologies to address a recovery that has to be green, very often the developments of AI and AI policymaking is absolutely disconnected from the policy arena that entails an approach and an understanding and action on climate change. And because of this, I decided that it was really important to try to finally bring the so-called twin transition together and really try to understand AI from a different perspective, from a perspective that very often is overlooked, considering that so often we've been instead looking at the AI more, for example, from the concept of cognitive opportunity that it's offering us from the perspective really of the functions that are offered to us through AI. And so I decided really with this book that was published in 2021 to really finally ask what are the environmental costs of the current data-driven communication systems. And in order to do so, I needed a definition. We saw Maurizio and Mattia also looking for definitions, of platforms as infrastructures. And for me, it was really crucial to try to really develop and conceptualize a definition that could be really important for us to understand the way in which we can connect artificial intelligence with the climate global crisis that the world is facing. And so I have here, a definition that I adopted in the book really of AI as a set of technologies. So I move beyond, the cognitive function of AI, but I want to focus really on AI as a set of technologies, machines, infrastructures that of course demand huge amounts of energy to categorize, to analyze, to compute. And of course, by doing so, they deplete, energy, but they deplete also scarce resources. And this is why in doing so, I had to really focus on what, also today in this workshop, we're looking at, which is really the costs that are generated by the entire life cycle of AI. And I looked specifically at the colonialism that is strictly connected to the production chain of AI and its entire AI cycle. And of course, if we really want to explore the entire life cycle of AI, it is really important to really start investigating artificial intelligence from the beginning. So I had to go back to the resources and the materiality that are involved in producing these technologies, really to try to unveil the kind of processes, the kind of social relations, right? We're talking about social relations that are involved in generating and developing AI. And so I started with the extractivism and the complete really disregard for environmental justice that sits at the beginning of this production chain. And of course, it is really crucial to always remember where we have to start, which is really from the raw materials that will need to be extracted for our devices to work. And if you are familiar with EU policy making on the matter, you would have seen that in the latest communication on the twin transition, for the first time, there is a recognition that digital technologies have an environmental impact. And this has costed a lot of discussions, trying to actually finally open up a bit of this debate. And there are some data that I just find incredibly important for us to discuss also today, because you see, for example, in this slide, that the use of lithium in the EU, just in the EU and mainly in batteries, is projected to escalate to something like by 3,500% by 2050. And of course, we know what this entails. We know, for example, what's been happening in Chile about, the extraction of lithium. And actually, I don't know if you were following the news today, but there was again a very interesting intervention by the US towards Mexico, claiming that Mexico has to stop statalizing and making the production of lithium public, as it's been done, by the president just a few months ago, and has to open up for American and Canadian companies. And so, in other words, it has to privatize the production of lithium, with the consequences that we're very familiar with, the consequences, of the so-called tech colonialism that scholars like Mirka Madiano, for example, has observed, especially like in her work on techno-colonialism, where she looked at the convergence of digital developments with humanitarian structures and market forces that reinvigorate and rework colonial legacies. So what interests me really is the way in which these colonial legacies are perpetrating in the life cycle of AI, in the production and supply chain that leads to AI developments. So, for example, of course, we know that we need to move, to the second phase, to trying to understand the entire environmental cost of AI, and being the mineral extraction just the beginning of it. And in fact, so what I did with the book, and these are data that if you're interested in, you could look at on page 68 of the book, because I spent quite some time, because I couldn't believe actually what I was reading, and I tried to simplify and make sense, which is actually something that as researchers we always have to do. But like, I was really looking at the cost of the training of the algorithms that are crucial, are the basis, right, of AI. And this excellent work that has been done by the University of Massachusetts, Amherst, has been incredibly useful for the work that I was trying to do when I was trying to generate this summative assessment of the entire production chain of AI. And in fact, as an example, of course, like a very generalized algorithm, a very common algorithm that uses typical neural networks, for example, to develop a language system, on average produces something like 284 tons of CO2. And when I was reading this data for the first time, I was saying, okay, so 284 tons of CO2, what does it actually mean? And when I looked at the data, and I tried to simplify it, and I tried also to transfer it and trying to convert the data into something that we could compare in our daily life, I discovered that we were talking about 284,000 kilograms. And like a trip from London to Rome on average, or a flight from London to New York City would be around 986 kilograms of CO2. So we're talking about massive consumption of energy. We're talking about a huge carbon footprint, and we're just moving, across the life cycle. We're just moving towards, just the scale of the training. And of course, when we look at the fact that we wouldn't really understand AI without the concept of data, and without the fact that AI relies on data to work, it is crucial to understand how the capacity and how the data center use and their energy. And I think that actually on this side of the AI cycle, we have some of the best data at the moment, because we have seen, you know, I mean, I'm very open to a conversation on this. We at least have seen the major digital lords. I don't like the word platforms. I actually have a book where I really try to use the word digital lords for the major Western and Eastern platforms, because I think that the platform as a term is like a word of equality, is a word that doesn't convey the kind of amount of power, dominant power that these corporations have, and like they've been pushed a bit more towards, you know, like at least a claim to do something to be more sustainable. And in fact, we saw projects, for example, where they're implementing solar panels, where they're trying to use cooling systems that are actually using, for example, all renewable energy. Although actually in my research, and if you are interested in more details, of course, you can refer to the book. I saw that a lot of the claims of negativity, you know, of carbon footprint, because, you know, you have Microsoft, for example, they recently declared that is carbon negative, for example, are due to carbon credits and a lot of greenwashing, and so a lot still needs to be done. And not to mention, of course, the problem of water supply, and which is also mentioned everywhere, also on the Google AI websites, as one of the major problems, the cooling system of the data centers. I'm mindful of time, but I want to keep guiding you across the life cycle of AI, because I think it can be very useful also for the session this afternoon, the session of the workshop. And of course, like, we need to move towards the third step, that is, you know, try to quantify and understand the kind of model of surveillance capitalism we saw Maurizio Mattia mentioning, Shoshana Zuboff. And of course, like, AI development is based on a model of surveillance capitalism, which is enhanced by data extraction, analysis, and monetization. And of course, this in turn has contributed to the development of increased consuming habits that have, of course, facilitated and have massive responsibility in generating uber consumerism. I refer to hyperconsumption because of the way in which our consumption habits have been highly increased in this search and in quest for more data to create profile. And of course, you know, in surveillance capitalism, we'll understand also the way in which the Google model has been then applied to all economic and social services that we are dealing with today. Even though I would argue that Amazon was even, I would say, more a pioneer in generating profiles for us as consumers, even before Google. So, and of course, like, we're not completely done with the life cycle of AI if we're not looking, as we will do this afternoon with the fantastic work of Napanoi, who is joining us from Nairobi. We need to consider the problem of e-waste. So we need to really analyze the type of immense, you know, problem that is generated by the fact that these computational machines, of course, they become electronic waste, and sadly, local municipalities will have to deal with it. And unfortunately, the techno-colonialism that I mentioned earlier by referring to Mircea Model's work is, you know, concluding its cycle, especially in former colonies where the biggest e-waste dump in the world are located. And of course, you know, we're constantly talking about Kenya, for example, as one of the major e-waste dumping in the world, but also the former colony, you know, colony of the British Empire, for example, and now also colony of China, if you allow me. So from Cambodia to Bangladesh to, you know, the Southeast Asia, that is becoming major center. And this, of course, is generated massive problem with the toxicity and the level of harm harms that is generated by these devices that are getting dumped in areas where there are no environmental hazard laws, and in countries where there is no regulation currently to deal with this problem. The last actually mention that I wanted to make was about a case study that I find extremely important, because when I was listening to Lorena also discussing the problem of Tesla, the development of this major gigafactory, I was really thinking about the importance of choosing as a society. So the importance of deciding what is it that we want to produce, what kind of application we should ban. The European Union has been quite fast in deciding that certain type of AI-powered weapons should never be produced, but they failed miserably in deciding that AI application to dig oil and gas more efficiently should also be banned. And in fact, if you want to read about this, I found that the big market of AI in oil and gas has been extended, and globally it's going to be reaching numbers that are actually very worrisome, and should be very worrisome for the entire world. So, like, really looking at the global production and supply chain of AI, and studying the AI cycle, which is possible if we consider AI in its materiality, is giving us, I think, the opportunity to really reflect beyond, the impossibility of the critical scrutiny that I was mentioning earlier. So going beyond the mythologies and the AI sublime is giving us this opportunity to reflect. But the crucial questions are always political economic questions, which are like, who actually controls? So there are questions of power. Who controls the development of AI? Like, why can we have a collective intervention, to decide how AI should be developed in the public interest, considering the climate crisis that we're facing? So our urgency really should be to place the climate emergency at the center of the debate, and really collectively ask what are the purposes and why and how we could regulate, to have a development that is in the public interest and is in line with the crisis that the world is facing. I mean, I am very happy to start the conversation, but just to give you a few ideas that then we can keep discussing throughout the workshop. The UNESCO has been quite receptive on the arguments that we made, many of us, academics, journalists and activists, and has finally recognized in the latest recommendation that if there are disproportionate negative impact of AI system on the environment, they should not be used. I think that this is really among the policy that I looked at and recently developed, one of the most promising. And at the same time, I think that we shouldn't be considering just one policy. We should consider a policy toolkit. So, for example, a very important intervention could be to demand a green certification for server farms and data centers to achieve zero emissions, but to have a regulatory mechanism that will not be just let to corporations and self-regulation. So to have a body that is making corporations accountable on this. At the same time, I think we should really get together and develop what I like to call as green tech literacy programs, where like students, even before the high school, are aware of the difference between playing video games on a bus with a friend and playing video games at home, like on a desktop. What are the consumption difference in that practice? Is it necessary to constantly be on video and having our video on? Is it really necessary to build electric car in a way that are incredibly that are consuming incredibly a massive quantity of energy, remembering the electric car are still, of course, demanding huge amounts of electricity, and electricity, according to the latest World Energy Organization data, are still in the world electricity production is still based on 69% of fossil fuels. So of course, like we could argue that electric cars are a solution, but they're not at the moment if the electric grid is still based on fossil fuels. So, you know, there are a lot of questions that have to be asked, but there are also a lot of options for us if we get together. And the first step is really to remember that artificial intelligence, like all technologies, is always in a full sense social, to use Raymond Williams' words. So I think we can, Martina and Anna, maybe we can open up to conversations, questions, and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Benedetta. Thank you very much. And Maurilio, do you want to sit here? You want to come here? And then Martina, you want to sit there?
There.
Yeah,
We can stand.
You want to sit there?
Okay, so we're gonna open to discussion. Just if I can just in order to start, right, this collective conversation, maybe I can just starting point, I don't know, or a point that if you want, you can come. And that, in my view, has been a kind of implicit and in some cases explicit common thread of these 3 papers that I really enjoyed listening. And so the common thread, in my view, is the importance, okay, first of all, of the centering technology, right, and this techno-fetishism for understanding the life cycle of AI, but more specifically to start from the frictions of this life cycle instead from starting from the flows, right, from these supposedly smooth supply chains or the working of infrastructure. So starting from frictions, I mean 2 things that I would be interested in hearing more from the speakers. The first one is methodological, and I think Lorena pointed to that at the very beginning. So the difficulties of following, of linking up things that apparently look like disconnected from each other, right? And that also pushes us to question the very metaphor or methodology of following, right? Following the flows, following the data. And that, to put in Anna Tsing's terms, confront us with the importance of rethinking and drawing on the non-scalability of these different infrastructure, digital and non-digital infrastructures. And the second aspect of frictions for me is what Maurilio, Mattia, and also Benedetta pointed to in a different way, is about frictions as resistance in terms of labor, but also in terms of refusal, right? And how these are connected to some extent to technical glitches. So what do we learn if we start from this lack of, or at least the fact that these are far from being smooth flows of data, right? And in particular, I'm interested in understanding more in terms of methodology and what do we learn if we have this focus on the life cycle of AI and on digital and non-digital infrastructures. How do we learn, what do we learn of new in terms of political methodology for understanding capitalism? This is how I've made my point. So I don't know if we maybe, I mean, it was a very general question, probably too big. Maybe we can pick up, if any of you have like comments or question, I collect the question
or if one of our panelists can just like can answer, or you want to answer Martina's question or address it in some way. Yeah, Lorena, just unmute yourself. Yeah.
I really like what the comments made. Now, I think the methodology is clue, and I think it's important to remember Aníbal Quijano's point on coloniality, where this is one of the biggest Peruvian thinkers writing on decolonization. So I think one of the biggest things of contributions of his thinking was explaining how colonization has a material side to it, but it also has a knowledge dimension. The colonization of knowledge has very specific set of characteristics, and this methodology of what could be called mechanical thinking, which is trying to compartmentalize a problem in several modules, and creating with that a sort of artificial separation of things that usually need to be considered together and that are about the dynamic about things. It's a very typical Eurocentric form of thinking that is used to abstract questions of power, to distract from power abuse. And you can see it ultimately in the way how administration during war or administration during dictatorship created several administrative processes that really make killing and made oppression a very superficial sort of banal, the banality of thinking that you just can create different several administrative processes. And with that, it sort of abstracts away the fact that you are creating violence with the process in itself. And it's not only, and I think it's important to address that when we talk about the ways how we create or we engineer algorithms and algorithmic systems, it's not exclusive to algorithmic thinking. So the laws that we're using are very much predated by that colonial thinking. So when we talk about international law, we're also talking about laws that are predated by colonial thinking, that have a specific epistemology that is a Western epistemology. So, for instance, we have the situation that when activists from the global South are claiming for rights to protect the river, they are not able to say we want a right to protect the river, but what they have to say is we want a human right access to drink water, and that's not the same. That's not the same, but they have to, because we Europeans, with our laws that are individual-centric and that are mechanistic and that are and that only understand individuals and do not understand society as a community and as a process, have created a methodology that does not provide for that possibility. So I think it's important to, when we talk about this, also from political perspective, to do not forget that humanitarian laws and humanitarian movements are colonialist movements that have been said by the global South. And I think it's a shame, it's a bit of a pity that Yasna did not open this session, but because I think she would have, and I'm very much looking forward to her point, to her session this afternoon, because I think she would put very things straightforward that we need to do, we also as Europeans. For instance, one of the things that I think we forget when we talk about this context is that we have a lot of expectations on how to create policies to get hold of algorithmic thinkings, but we forget that all those policies follow the same methodology that we're using with algorithmic systems. And all the NGOs that are right now present and visible are precisely Western NGOs that are using and very much covering for that sort of methodology. So the methodology thing is key and goes beyond, it's a more fundamental thing.
Thank you, Lorena. It's too early in Mexico, reason why Jasmine and Elena will be in the afternoon session. But yeah, thank you very much. And Mattia, do you want to add something?
Yes, I mean, very quickly, but is, I guess, a methodological point. And I mean, from a methodological perspective, let's say, in order to understand contemporary capitalism politically, but not just politically, I think that, and also the free presentation I think that try to show it quite well. I guess that it is, let's say, epistemologically, it does not have sense anymore to distinguish between material and non-material, or between analogic and digital. You know, we try to show it through the focus on platforms, which are infrastructure as well as is an infrastructure a bridge, or as well, or is an infrastructure railways. But also, I guess Benedetta shows it when he show how the digital things in artificial intelligence and so on has a real crucial impact in environmental terms. And also Lorena, when he talks about the hybridization, let's say also of Tesla, when he tried to promote the automatic driving, automatic cars, and whatever, which is, by the way, actually, which is a research that is also led by a very crew of human being, as Antonio Casilli show in his book, which I don't know if has been translated in English, but is Schiavi del Click, or in French is En attendant le robot, that show how behind the automatic car there are crew of people that are working in the digital factory in the global south in order to teach cars to how to go automatically, let's say. But however, back to the point, to the methodological point, I think that yeah, the distinction between material and non-material is I mean, we don't need to use this distinction anymore. And I could lie on a quite, let's say, famous book by Yuk Hui, this Chinese philosopher, that is called Cosmotechnics, where it shows how in China is a long time that there is no difference between, is not conceived the difference between natural and artificial. And I think that we could lie on it in order to overcome, let's say, the distinction that in our Western society is still in presence between digital and analogic. But because it was just a methodological point, so I asked for that. So.
Can I just add something very quickly?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, because I was trying to reflect on data friction, and I was thinking of one paper, Paul Edwards, and then taken by Jo Bates, and I remember that she. Of course, she's been discussing and looking at data power a lot, and she did an article also for us on the collection of carbon capitalism and communication. And I find that the idea that Martina was putting forward, of using frictions, trying to try really to think of the way in which sides of data friction, sides of social frictions are deeply political, and have, of course, implication for the actors that are all implied in this battle, in trying to mold the data, the digital data production, circulation, and use. And I thought that actually maybe it could be a promising avenue if we looked at frictions really coming in the entire life cycle of AI. The problem, of course, is that we will need to be certain that we are embracing post-coloniality that actually is not so Eurocentric in analyzing this type of frictions. And this is where I think that we might run into a few problems. I mean, I personally think that there is a lot of merit in considering AI as ideology, AI as discourse, and because I'm personally a fan of trying to establish the way in which discourse are used and developed to really frame something that is developing in the way in which we're seeing AI developing. At the same time, I still think that if we miss out on the crucial questions of where power lies and like who controls the infrastructures, who controls the flows of capital that are going to push the development in a certain specific way in different societies. Like for me, the example that I was raising earlier, and I don't know if you saw it like in the last couple of hours, that Twitter went mad on this discussion around lithium in Mexico. I find it very paradigmatic of a repetition of these colonial legacies that I was mentioning about the development of technology. I think it's really paradigmatic because you have, like the US telling Mexico what to do about a mineral source that they clearly wanted to nationalize, and clearly Mexico doesn't have any of the infrastructures that could be possibly one day useful to develop electric cars in a way that the so-called developed world has. So I think that actually it could be promising to use data friction or friction in general, but with this caveat. So thank you.
Wait, Lorena, Maurilio wants to say something, so you want to?
Yeah, I wanted to add something to Benedetta, but maybe something also on the first point raised by Martina about the methodology and frictions. I think that these things are quite connected in a way. So on one side, there is this clear difficulty in a way to have a wall gaze on the all the implications of digital technologies, big tech, and so on. We talked, for example, a lot about Tesla today. So we talked about lithium extractivism, water consumption. There are also other levels, for example, Starlink, the project of the satellite constellation by Musk, is strictly connected to Tesla, so to the self-driving that is, dependent on satellites, GPS, and so on. So there are, also multiple scales on which we can place, these activities. And on the other side, I think that frictions are a way to turn on a spot on some of the points of these supply and production chains. And they are also useful not only, to this operational reverse engineering. So to start from, a particular site, to build up, the whole picture, but also to imagine a different picture. And this is one of the points. I think that Benedetta was also speaking about this. It's not a matter on my side. It's not only a matter to criticize this kind of technologies. It's also a way to understand how we can take the control and use it. On my side, I would not go back in an simply analogic word. The point is how. Because there are this is an important level of the discussion. More or less, all this innovation has been governed by private companies that have their own logic of monetization, value accumulation, and so on. There is all this part connected to finance, so financial investments, and the logic of financial revenues in front of other logic, environment, social benefits, and so on. Which is the alternative? That's another point. Are the states an alternative in this kind, to this kind of development? Also here the situation is quite complex. It's not totally true that these private big tech developed by themselves. They developed also thanks to some state support. In this book by Mazzucato, she does this genealogical effort to understand how for example, Apple developed thanks to the state support, and then privatized the benefits, the revenues of a social and public effort to develop these kind of technologies. And also, the issue of colonialism is, a matter in the question. Are we sure that, for example, also the state can be free from pressures and so on, from, for example, colonial legacies, power legacies, and, to be the most fair actor to manage and to control and to develop such infrastructure, such technologies, and so on. On my side, I do not have an answer on this. I have more, I want to pose the problem.
Thank you. And Lorena, you wanted to also add something?
Thank you. I think that just because we've talked about with my talk, I try to use a European example because I'm in Europe and this is what is happening here. And what we in the European Union tend to do a lot is to point our fingers to the US and to China and to Russia, and do as if our good, supposed to be good at European values, whatever that is meant to mean, are an alternative to that. But actually, the European Union just closed a deal with Chile so that Chile compromises, commits to sell lithium with the same price as for their national companies within the national economy, so that we in the European Union do not have to extract lithium in our own territory. And the deal is quite colonialistic. There's a whole new directive on critical material resources, so-called critical resources, that it's the epitome of coloniality, of European Union coloniality. And we must not forget that we are the mother continent where colonialism was created, both as a form of material, as a economical concept, as an ideological concept, as a theoretical concept as well. And I think it's important to address this also within our context, because otherwise we tend to too much to look at what other companies are doing without realizing that one of the biggest players, and right now trying to hide itself as a big player, is the European Union, as a motor of creating regulation that in the very end, what he's doing is declaring artificial intelligence as something as progressive, as something good, as something that needs to be developed. But actually, we're talking about a technology that it's based on colonialistic imaginaries, it's based on colonialist methodologies, is based on colonialist epistemologies, and it's based on colonialist extraction. So in the very end, it's a master's tool. And I don't think that we can dismantle colonialism with a master tool, as Audre Lorde said. And I think that perhaps it's important to step a bit back and, thinking with Simone Brown, go back to Simone Brown's points that have been made by also Zoe Samudzi and many other decolonial thinkers from Black African traditions, but also from critical race studies and from decolonial thinking, that have been pointing out to the fact that most problems with technology are problems that are prior to technology, and that it is important to put back the criticism of technologies in the social context of it and in the economical context of it. And I think that to a certain extent, when we only focus on the life cycle, we remain very much still in the algorithmic centric position. I think it's important to do an effort to embed this whole affair and issue into the societal ecosystem, because it's a matter also of ecosystems, and it's a matter of introducing that in the whole in the other dimensions. And for me, from my position, I think to a certain extent that that we should also rethink how much AI we want, and that creating this form of policies and trying to foster some form of regulation is also implying at the same time that we are undervaluing and under-prioritizing protection of energy, protection of natural resources, protection of societies. And I actually think that, or I'm looking very much forward to the conversations in the afternoon, because I think it's going to be less about how to create AI, and perhaps I can imagine, and knowing Yasnaya and Sebastian Lejude, that it will be more about how to resist the creation of infrastructures that create scale and big impact, and that are not meant for everyone, and that cannot be deployed by everyone.
Thank you, Lorena. So we are gonna collect some questions now. So if you want to ask something to the panelists, just raise your hand if you're in the room, or otherwise just drop something on the chat or on the Q&A window on Zoom. Any questions so far? Thank
Yes, I
you.
have a question.
Okay, Martina.
It's to Lorena. I'm sorry, because I'm really not my research expertise, so I'm sorry for my ignorance. But while you were speaking about this last point, more or less of infrastructure, it came to my mind one of the most recent publication by Deborah Cowan, who has introduced this concept of infrastructuring otherwise. And she brings examples of how infrastructures have always been, of course, at the core of struggles against, right? So, I mean, indigenous mobilization against infrastructures, or for getting access to infrastructures, but also to the prospect of building infrastructures otherwise. So what more, I don't know if I understood, maybe I don't know if I fully understood your point, Marilio, but this is how I got it, right? So the possibility of not only imagining, but putting into place, and the need of putting in place infrastructures for the commons, let's put it this way, right? So that is not just a matter of choosing whether or not we want infrastructures, but the fact that there are mobilization for infrastructures, and not only against, and also for imagining and devising different infrastructures that are not for the benefit of the few, let's put it.
Oh, thank you for the question. I think that one point about the question of infrastructure is indeed, can we have societies without infrastructure? And the answer is no. Of course, we have always had infrastructures, and they have been both very physical or less physical. When it comes to laws, we could call them infrastructure. They are for a fact called infrastructures. Within the European world, because infrastructure is a military term that was coined at the end of the 19th century, and then the NATO used that in the 40s, and then it became sort of part of a policy compound, and it became sort of a policy strategy, the creation of infrastructures. But the point of infrastructure is that it's about it's an architectonical intervention. So it's about when you create an infrastructure, you create you don't describe reality, but you just show an intention of channeling and deciding upon a specific form of reality, the reality of a specific mobility, the reality of a specific structure of education in a country, or the ways how people are being, so to say, architectonically placed within a geography, so that they go to school here and they die there and they get public health somewhere else. And the question with AI is that indeed we have this this big friction on the one side, that we conceive the idea of artificial intelligence based on a projection of our idea of intelligence, which is a colonialist projection, based on the idea that humans can optimize nature, and with that, human nature, and for that they can delegate rationality to a machine. That's the Leibniz idea of how to create machines. That's the whole projections that we have about artificial intelligence being more efficient, is this whole hundreds of years old story of we can overcome our own nature because we are on the pyramid's top of nature, which is a very European cosmology that you won't find in other cosmovisions of the world. Probably Jasnaya will talk about that most certainly. And on one side, right? So this very individualistic idea of I will become my own God, I will perfectionate myself, and we will delegate rationality to most efficient machine. And at the other side, we have the technology in itself that does not understand anything about the individual. And it's not about the individual, but it's about using statistics and creating a very mechanistic process, compartmentalized process, where you solve step by step a specific problem with an idea of rationalization that is problematic and colonialistic, assuming that you can create objective values and objective categories, and assuming that with that you can make generalizations about people and about society. So those generalizations actually, as a technology, are generalizations not for individuals, but generalizations to understand populations, to understand specific forms of categorization. So on the one side, we have those projections that are very individualistic. On the other side, we have a technology that is quite the contrary. And we are deploying it in contexts that do not make sense at all. Because you cannot evaluate individuals based on that. And we're creating those infrastructures. And in the very end, we have a friction of the Western methodologies that do not understand infrastructures because they are methodologically individualistic. So our laws are individual right-based laws. They are based on individual protections. They do not understand how to operationalize protection for society or to operationalize protection for dynamical societies, for culture and things like that. For environment, we see that it's a huge effort that we don't seem to achieve because of our epistemology. And on the other side, we are deploying, we are creating infrastructures that sort of create the path dependency for how we think of mobility. Why do we need automatic driving? Why do we need individual automatic driving at all? Why aren't we thinking about trains and forms of community driving? So I think that the point of infrastructure is not can we resist infrastructure, but it's understanding how do we create infrastructure. It's also understanding that we are not equipped in Europe and in the Occidental thinking to think about infrastructure. And it's also about understanding what does infrastructure center? Does it center extraction? Does it center power structures that are already in place, or does it center vulnerability? Because when you create infrastructures, you won't be able to serve every single individual. So it's going to be a big impact measure. And it's a question of who are you centering? But in the very end, I think that to sum up, when it comes to all things infrastructure, we Europeans need to shut up, and I talk too much, and start listening to the works of the colonial thinkers, to the works of Black studies, critical race studies. Those are the people that have been working on very different theories around how to think about community, how to think about the process, and less in an anthropocentric way, and how to put vulnerability and interconnectedness at the center, because I think there's a lot of this thinking that is very relevant for us and that we should be quoting and using in Europe, and the fact that we're using Shoshana Zuboff or many other white women or white scholars, it's part also of the problem, because we haven't been looking at the disciplines that really have something to say precisely on these matters, although at first sight they are unrelated. Sorry for so long talking.
Go ahead.
Can I just say something very quickly? I'm not going to take another 20 minutes. I mean, I think actually maybe it wasn't very clear, but what Anna and I are trying to do with this workshop, and the idea that we use the term AI life cycle, is precisely to try to bring researchers that have been working in different phases of the supply and production chain. But the life cycle per se is a template that for us, it is useful to understand the level of expropriation, the level of extractionism, the level of really domination that we saw in these different phases of the production and supply chain. And I keep repeating production and supply chain because the life cycle of AI is allowing us to break it down and to finally recognize where to start and where to end with AI, instead of constantly waiting for some sort of cognitive machine that is gonna, be better than human beings. Okay, so just to be very clear, in the life cycle, the separation, that we have among these different phases that are very important to recognize, because otherwise we can't bring all scholars together. So the point is, we have fantastic indigenous knowledge that is currently being used a lot, for example, in understanding the strength of the environmental justice movement as the indigenous environmental movement. And I'm currently working with people in Papua New Guinea that are actually the first, that can tell us how to organize community and how to really constantly question, the type of invasion and the type of constant type of techno-colonialism that they are witnessing. And, of course, very interested in engaging with this type of incredible indigenous knowledge to really understand what to do and how to respond. We were talking about friction, I talk about resistance. But what we're trying to do is to use the template of the AI cycle to look at the political economies of these phases and separate the phases, because we think that only in this way we can bring together scholars that for years have been working in the realm of geography, anthropology, political science, AI studies in computing science, finally together. So it's a template, but what we're looking at are the political economy. And for me, political economy means, to really study the social relations, the power relations that mutually constitute the production, the distribution, and the consumption of resources. So just to be very clear, so like power is essential to understand the different phases. But if we don't use a template and we don't recognize all the phases that are used in the global supply chain, in the global production chain, we're missing out. I give you an example. A lot of the talks around, the rationality of the algorithms, are absolutely grounded in the Enlightenment, but not only that, they're grounded on a Western type of capitalism that, of course, is always been looking at techno-fixes, to use David Harvey's work, to justify a typical, solution to the crisis of capitalism. We have major inequalities that are on the rise. We have the new technology that is going to fix it. We are going on a trajectory of 3 degrees Celsius increase. We're going to use green technologies and electrical vehicles that are going to help us save the planet without addressing the problem of power, without addressing the problem of structural inequalities that are there. And so for us, it's really a matter of unveiling the inequalities of power, the structural these asymmetries of power that are present in all the phases, and to bring about researchers that for years have been working only on data centers, for example, and measuring the kind of consumption and the kind of environmental impact of data centers, to talk to people, in Kenya that have been investigating the reality of e-waste, the colonial reality of e-waste and disposal, and to try to really connect the different political economies of all these phases. So this is what we're trying to do. And I just want to make sure that it's clear, because probably it wasn't. So thank you.
Is there any question in the room? No question? Let's make this a bit more participative. Otherwise, we will keep all the questions in here. So given that there is no any question on the Q&A on Zoom. So Kathy Ray is asking, we have seen recent globalization actions in response to disruptions, such as the supply of wheat from Ukraine, the supply of computer chips from Taiwan and Korea, with a focus on building more national capacity and capability. What implications might the globalization have for AI and AI life cycles? Yeah, go ahead.
Some thoughts on this. And this is totally true. In a way that, anyway, the current problems in terms of global supply chains will affect also not only the global supply chains, also the political order of the global market will impact also tech companies, extractivism, and software and the tools like artificial intelligence. Generally, this is also another very open and intensive debate, on globalization. We are going towards regionalization, reorientation, and so on. But what we are seeing now probably is two things. On one side, the attempt of some states, particular or regions, to internalize some of the main activities related to the life cycle of digital technologies. So just, for example, an example on the United States, the CHIP Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. So the attempt to not, to completely nationalize the life cycle, but the attempt to nationalize the most important phases of these cycles, and to reorient, the rest of the production. So to focus more on friend country than more than to enemy or rival countries. What does it mean? For example, in the case of United States, less China in terms of assemblages, raw materials, and so on, and more Mexico, for example, in terms of components production, and so on. It could be also more rivalry on this kind of technology. So we will see also the competition probably increase in next year. Also, Europe, is moving towards an internalization of chip production, and so on, to trying to develop also some technologies. They are investing a lot on data centers, and so on. So we will probably see, some things to reorganize. So we are not, confronting, an abandoning or so on, but more reorganization of the life cycle production of digital technologies, and probably also more rivalry and competition. In some cases, we have also scholars who forecast a sort of decoupling of some activities, so from the production of chips to the digital infrastructure. So, for example, all the finance is based on common protocols and tools, digital tools. So at the moment we are not, personally, I'm not so confident that there will be this kind of decoupling. I'm not in favor, but I don't think that we are going towards this, but probably we are going to see a reorientation of the whole life cycle. And also, for example, Africa, we do not speak about Africa, but is at the center of this extractivist process, not only in terms of raw materials, and so also European countries are trying to reinforce their relationship with some of these countries more than, for example, other.
Yeah, and also like to reopen new mines. For instance, in Spain, there is like the European Union is putting like a lot of pressure in Spain because they want to open like new all lithium mines, while like communities are completely against because they saw how it destroyed like the lands. And also, I think that in terms of AI, we could also see that how things are going to be like more expensive, like how digital infrastructure is going to be like more expensive to us, like as a user, as an end users, like how laptops are going to become more expensive. And also in terms of like AI technology, it will rely, like the new advancements will rely on big tech companies because they are the ones who have the power to buy this expensive technology infrastructure to create these disruptive technology. So I think that in the future we will also see how the advancements on AI will rely on these big tech companies that have already like take this advancement. No, we are seeing this with, for instance, natural language processing, who is creating the algorithms nowadays is like OpenAI, DeepMind, Google, Microsoft. So we will see more of this in the future, rather than small companies or universities designing and publishing this kind of like AI-based algorithms. So thank you very much, Martina, for chairing the session. And the panelists, Lorena, Benedetta, Mattia, and Maurilio. Maurilio, thank you for coming from Italy all the way to Oxford. And thank you very much for all the people, the participants online, and also the participants in person. Now we will have a break for having lunch. We will be back at 1:30 time, local time in Oxford. So thank you very much. And just like a big applause to thank you. So we will have like a last minute change, and Sebastian is gonna go first. We agree on going first. But yeah, thank you for remaining here. The second session that you really enjoyed the first panel. And so in this second session, the structure is gonna be the same. And then Sebastian's gonna go first, then we'll have Nepanole Papa from Kenya, and then Jasnaya Elena from Mexico. So we will have like a kind of like a different discussion, because I think it's going to be less academic, because Nepanole and Jasnaya come from like journalist and activist background, and Sebastian has done an amazing fieldwork in Chile, analyzing also the impact of data infrastructure in Atacama Desert. Please feel free to ask questions at the end of the session. I really will enjoy. I'm looking forward for your participation in this workshop. And that's it. So, Martina.
Okay, so we're going to start with Sebastian Leeuwede from the University of Cambridge. Sebastian is a postdoctoral scholar at the Center of Governance and Human Rights. Applying Latin American decolonial theories, Sebastian research focuses on the governance of digital technology in relation to global social justice. His current project examines the rise of local activist groups confronting the socio-environmental harms brought about by digital infrastructure. And his talk today is entitled Mobilizing Water, Elemental Resistance Against Terricidal Technologies. Sebastian? Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Well, as some of you can note, I'm still a bit sick. So last week I got a flu. That's why I couldn't attend the event in person. So I'm in London, but I really wanted to come in person. Unfortunately, because of health reasons, I couldn't do it. But I'm super excited to be here. Thank you, Anna, for the invitation, to the OAI for organizing this event. I was following the previous discussion. It was super interesting. But I'm also even more interested in introducing the Southern Bloc, because I think here we will hear more about the South, the Global South, and what's going on in other places. I think that's so fundamental when it comes to the environment, because the modernity has generated this crisis. And I think that some of the most interesting ideas are not coming from Europe or the US or other northern locations at the moment, but rather from the South. So I wish I could give you a little bit of that during this presentation. So for some reason, Anna, I'm not being able to share my screen. I don't know if it says that someone else is sharing it already. Yeah, there it is.
Now?
Yeah. Yeah, let me. Okay, so this is what I'm going to be talking about today, about the different mobilizations of water and elemental resistance and terrestrial technologies. As an introduction, how I came up with this idea or the thoughts that I want to be sharing today. So basically last year, I went to Chile to do field work. Initially, this field work was going to be mainly about digital rights, but as I arrived in Chile, I noted that there were different groups opposing the environmental harms of digital technologies. One of these groups was an activist group focusing on a Google data center in Santiago, the capital. And another group was Lican anti-indigenous communities in the Atacama Desert, focusing on lithium extraction. And something that these two groups kept talking to me was water. Water, that was the common thread that will come up every time I would talk to them. Water, water, water everywhere. So I was basically thinking, what is this emphasis on water telling us about digital technologies? And what I'm trying to hear, what I'm bringing here is how I've been thinking about water elements and digital technologies. So first, I'm going to define what I mean by terrestrial technologies. So, you have already said pretty much a lot of things about it, but I just want to frame the issue in a particular way so we can be on the same page. And after that, I want to be talking about elemental thinking, what it is, what are its possibilities, limitations. And then I'm going to be focusing on the empirical data that I got from my fieldwork on the case of Santiago and the case in the Atacama Desert. And after that, I'm going to be discussing what I call, based on these cases, elemental resistance, and resistance against terrestrial technologies that is focusing on particular elements. So first, what do I mean by terrestrial technologies? So here, when it comes to the concept of terricide, I'm drawing on Mapuche activist and thinker Moira Millán, who talks about the terricide as this as the environmental harms produced by states and companies. So instead of the concept of the Anthropocene, which is quite broad, she focuses in particular in the role of the nation state and private companies. And at the same time, she says that this destruction of the world is not only the erosion of what we know of the earth, but also it affects indigenous worlds. So for example, in the Mapuche cosmovision, there are three different worlds, one that is more material, another one more spiritual, and so on. She talks about how the environmental harm is really connected to the erosion of these different indigenous worlds. So I'm borrowing from her in order to talk about terrestrial technologies. And I see these terrestrial technologies as involving three different layers. I'm not going to refer to each of them because I don't have much time. But the first one is the erosion of the earth, which is this kind of geophysical layer of which we have already been discussing. That involves, for example, mineral extraction, e-waste, water and energy consumption, and so on. There is another layer that I think is super important, which is extractivism, because it really puts the problem in a more geopolitical and historical context. Because extractivism started with the emergence of modernity, with the invasion of the Americas by the European and Portuguese empires. So this is not something new. This has been, I heard a lot of some circulation of words like extractivism and colonialism in the previous panel as well. So that's important, so we can acknowledge that this is not new. This has been happening for centuries and is the basis of the modern system of living. But finally, also the importance of the terricide for indigenous communities. So when it comes to, for example, things like the climate change or climate crisis or the Anthropocene, I think following Moira Millán, that this is not only about eroding the earth, but also distracting alternative ways of relating to the earth. So what we see here is what John Law, for example, the STS scholar, called a one world imposition. Basically, modernity involves the imposition of a world where land or nature is a mere background, and culture, society, or technology, what you have, is considered the active agent. So this aspect is super important to acknowledge, because we won't find a solution to the current crisis if we don't allow different alternative worlds to thrive and to coexist, which was the world that existed before modernity, actually. So these are the three layers of what I call terrestrial technologies. And what I'm doing here is basically setting the problem, what are the groups that I started resisting, actually. And now, why do I talk about elemental thinking? So elemental thinking, this is probably a more academic kind of discussion, but has become really important in, for example, science and technology studies, environmental studies, and even in media and communication studies. What do I mean by elements? First, I think we need to sort out that in order to understand what I'm talking about. So by elements, I mean substances, places, archetype, letters, opposites, and chemicals. Here I'm drawing on Macaulay, who is one of the main forefront thinkers when it comes to elemental thinking. But basically, elements point to something fundamental, ultimate, or basic, that is elemental. And in a more kind of concrete understanding, we can say that the elements are the constituents of the physical realm. Usually when we talk about elements, we talk about fire, water, earth, and air. Those are the ones that were more discussed by Greek philosophy in the ancient times. But there are also other civilizations that have drawn on the elements in order to think about the environment, the relationship between humans and the environment, such as, for example, in China, wood and metal are also considered elements. And why are we talking about elements again, considering that there is, for example, a periodic table of elements that have been developed in the sciences? So one of the reasons for that is because some people think that talking about the elements makes the our connection to the environment less abstract, more concrete, because from a phenomenological perspective, we are connected to the environment through water, fire, air, and so on. So in the morning, if we live a kind of modern lifestyle, we will go to the shower and encounter water. We will use the hub and encounter fire. So we have like a very intimate connection with these elements, which is different to concepts such as the environment or nature that tend to become more abstract and general. So what has happened with these elements in modernity is that they have become domesticated. They are considered to be impersonal, lifeless, and without agency. It is important to note, as I said, that speaking about the element, when talking about the elements, we need to be sensitive to geopolitics as well. So it's usually, for example, authors such as Empedocles, Aristotle, or Plato are considered like the fathers of elemental thinking, but that's not necessarily the case. We've seen elemental thinking emerging in different civilizations. And this has also, elemental thinking has also been taking place within media and communication studies. I can cite the work of Nicole Starosielski or Mel Hogan, who have been thinking about these terms, about the constituent parts of both nature and digital technologies. However, something that I found as I was reading about elements of philosophy or thinking is that usually discussions have become quite in a kind of high level kind of discussion, not really grounded and situated. So now in this presentation, I want to actually situate elemental thinking in relation to what some activist groups are doing in Latin America and in Chile, more specifically. So the question that I want to bring today here is, what can elemental thinking bring to the resistance against the recital technologies? As I said, this is not something that I came up with. This is something that I found more inductively as I was talking to environmental activists in Latin America. So now let me introduce the two cases that I'm going to be discussing today. One of them is the one that happened in Cerrillos, which is a working class area of Santiago, the capital of Chile. So basically what happened here is that in 2019, Google announced that it wanted to construct a data center in this area. This is an industrial area, so probably Google wasn't thinking that there could be much opposition. However, a group of neighbors organized and actually created a group called Mosacat, which stands for Communitarian Social Environmental Movement for Water and the Territory, in order to oppose the construction of this data center. Basically what Mosacat did was to organize different protests, to disseminate information with neighbors, for example, in local markets and so on. And as they did so, they also had to struggle with state bureaucracy. They didn't know how everything worked. They were not really clear about how the current regulation will work. Chilean regulation sometimes is also quite, it's subject to interpretation as well. So that was something that they had to struggle with, but also with the opacity of Google. So Google wouldn't share much information about water use and other kind of very relevant things about their project. So in 2019, and it was after a social uprising that took place in the country, there was a non-binding municipality referendum where the opposition to this project won with almost a 50%. So this was non-binding, but it really strengthened the position of Mosacat. So after this, some negotiations with Google continued, involving not only Mosacat, but the municipality of Cerrillos, the different Chilean governmental agencies, and so on. Until last year, in June, where Mosacat announced on Twitter, actually, that Google wouldn't be using the same cooling system. It will be using a less water-intensive one, which Mosacat considered a triumph because of their activism. So the data that I'm going to be showing you today draws on 2 in-depth interviews that I had with members of this group, Mosacat, in last year, but also from a participatory workshop that we organized with environmental and digital rights activists, a protest that I attended with them, and some materials that I collected. The second case has been pretty much discussed in the previous panel, which pertains to the extraction of lithium in the Atacama Desert. In this case, I talked to people from the Council of Atacameño Peoples, which is an organization that brings together more than 18 communities living in the Atacama Desert around the Atacama saltpeter. So the Atacama saltpeter, where they live, is one of the world's largest brine-based lithium mines. Brine is important because the way this lithium is extracted, it's super water intensive compared to other ones. So in this case, some water, brine water, is pumped from the underground, brought to the surface, kept in the pools that you're seeing on the right side of the screen, and then expected to be the sand, will kind of take the water out and only leave the minerals that are important for the extraction. In Chile, at least, there are 2 main companies conducting this extraction: SQM, which has Chilean capitals, but also Chinese capitals, and Albemarle, which is a more transnational company with an important German component. The reason, this has already been discussed, but lithium, there has been a boom in the extraction of lithium because lithium is employed for the construction of rechargeable batteries and used in, for example, electric cars, laptops, Internet of Things devices, and so on. So the people I talked to were mainly from Toconao and Peine towns, which have been the most involved ones when it comes to the lithium extraction, but I also talked to people from the Council of Atacameño people. So compared to the previous groups, I would say that indigenous, legal anti-indigenous communities have not been as public when it comes to their protests. They have privileged more legal and administrative means, and also direct dialogues with the companies in some cases. So in this case, I conducted 3 in-depth interviews last year, but also collected some media material. So after that, now let me explain to you what I mean by elemental resistance and what are these groups doing at the moment. So I divided it in 4 different kind of patterns that I identified. I wanted to try to be brief, hopefully. So the first one is elemental framing, by which I mean that the whole problem involving the construction of the data center or the extraction of lithium is presented as one of concerning an element, water in this case. In the case of Mosacat, water is not only present in the name that they chose, Mosacat, which involves water, but also, for example, back in 2019, they organized a festival that they called Water Festival. They are also very involved in, for example, the organization of the World Water Day in Santiago. So water is actually a big thing for them. This is what one of them told me about the decision to focus on water. I know about digital rights, but we did not include that in our fight. Water impresses people quicker. The other thing, digital right is like, okay, you are seeing ghosts where there are none. And this same person told to me, it's easier for them to understand and feel the effects on water. You won't be able to flash the WC, get a shower, wash your clothes. So basically framing the problem in elemental terms makes it more concrete, makes it easier to connect it with their everyday life, where digital rights, for example, is seen as more obscure or a less direct kind of form of impacting the community. So there is something, a similar case when it comes to Atacameño people facing the extraction of lithium. For example, one of them told me that people call it water mining, not lithium mining. So that's very important when it comes to framing the issue. The way local people see the extraction of lithium is tightly connected to the extraction of water. Something that another activist told me is that Global North actors, the Global North actors' final goal is to make extraction sustainable, to take responsibility for the entire value chain. But the main issue in the value chain is water. They are not solving that. So this way of framing the issue, of framing water as the main issue, is really straightforward when it comes to what's at stake here. And for some reason, according to some Atacameño activists, some people from the Global North are not being able to address that fundamental point. So back in 2019, Atacameño people, sorry, a brief parenthesis. I'm talking about Licanantay or Atacameño people in this indistinctively because these 2 words are used to identify them. But in reality, Atacameño was the word used by the Spanish invaders. But some of them still identify as Atacameño. But for the sake of this presentation, Atacameño and Licanantay means the same. So basically, back in 2019, some Atacameño activists attended the COP25 conference in Spain and made a presentation about their situation. And this is one of the things that they said. Our communities and people are extinguishing because of water extraction. We are leaving people without water in order to enjoy these electronic devices. So you can see again here the importance of water when it comes to framing the whole issue. Second point is water data, which I think points to 2 things that I will hear in my fieldwork. One of them is the lack of data regarding the availability of data either in Cerrillos, in Santiago, or in the Atacama Desert. But the other one is their interest in generating data and their active involvement in that process in order to better understand what's going on. And this data, of course, concerns water and water use. So in the case of Mosacat, for example, they will constantly use this figure, which is that the Google data center will use 169 liters per second. And that's available on the reports that are available on the Chilean environmental agency's website. So they will constantly use this number in order to draw attention of the community or the press. But also they had to deal with uncertainty. So some of them told me, imagine that they will deliver water through water trucks. We don't have any certainty. That's why I keep asking for a hydrogeological study. I ask for it everywhere I go. So there is the sense that there is a lack of information regarding water, at least in the case of Cerrillos. They don't even know whether they will still be able to use tap water, for example. And it might be the case that in the future, because of the construction of this data center, they will have to rely on water trucks. In the case of the Tecameño people, there is something similar going on. They will use another number of 4,500 liters of water per second, which is what all the different mining companies, not only lithium ones, are extracting at the moment in their area. Some people wouldn't believe that, but they will keep using that number, which is also available on the Chilean Environmental Regulation Agency's website. But also they express to me their interest in generate more studies. So for example, as one of them told me, we do hydric monitoring and research, but then we realized that we needed to conduct our own studies so we can understand and empower ourselves on the theme of water. So I don't have much remaining time, so I'm gonna skip some slides. I'm so sorry about that. But some people from the Tecameño people would also speak to me about how the extraction of water would disrupt their ancestral relationship with water, which was a very intimate one. Water is key in the Atacama Desert, and Tecameño people consider that if they have survived for so many centuries, it's because of the way they have dealt with water in the past. I'm sure that Jasnayana is going to be able to talk about similar things when it comes to the Mexican context in the desert specifically. But in the case of the Tecameño people, water is considered sacred and the origins of life as well. Finally, a fourth issue that I want to discuss is water justice. So water is not only presented as an element that is out there, but also an element that illustrates the decrease of injustice involved in the extraction of water or the construction of a data center. In the case of Cerrillos and the data center, activists will speak of they will say that this isn't a drought because there is currently a years old drought in Chile. But for activists, they will say that this isn't a drought, this is a robbery. So this was a slogan that circulated during the social uprising in Chile, but that this group uptook and used in their activism as well. So on the bottom left side of the screen, you can see two different graphics used by the Cerrillos group. So one of them has this school with the Google logo on it. That's super interesting because at some point, Google actually complained with the Cerrillos activists because of this graphic. They consider it to be too hostile. Because probably they were worried that it would affect their PR, their public relations, of course. They are editing the logo. And on the right, you can see this image of a woman made out of water that seems to be chained, which some activists use in the case of Cerrillos in order to connect the issue with the importance of the feminist movement in the social uprising. So there is also a gender aspect to it. And also the idea that this water is not free, right? Is not being able to freely serve or interact with the community, but is being trapped by a set of private actors. And in the case of the Tecameño people, there are also some claims regarding water justice that have a more kind of global aspect to it. So as one of them told me, for example, in the first quote, we can't be a bargaining chip for the energetic transition. We cannot be a sacrifice zone. Usually sacrifice zones face impacts almost immediately, but this is a slow death, but it's a slow death in here. Slow, slow, slow. I don't have much time to unpack this quote, but I found it super interesting to see how they see themselves as being the bargaining chip. In Spanish, they will say moneda de cambio, or the thing that is being exchanged here in order to have the energetic transition. So this raises the question over who defines what is an energetic transition, who defines what are green technologies, for example, and so on. So these are only 4 of more patterns that I identified in the resistance made by these groups, and that really talk about the importance of elements and water in the way they see the issue. They frame the issue, they make social justice claims, and so on. But then my question is, what does this type of resistance say about silent technologies? And you can learn from them in order to better understand what's going on when it comes to the harms produced by technologies. So I think that the one very important first point is that it de-technifies, it makes less technical, and brings technology resistance home in a way. Because in the case of Cerrillos, for example, they were talking about how the construction of this water center would impede neighbors of having a shower, of washing their clothes, and so on. In the case of the Atacameño communities, they would talk about how the extraction of lithium is already affecting their relationship with water, the way the relationship between different generations, and so on. So in this case, I think that technology is brought to the level of the neighborhood, the community, and the territory. And the territory understand the combination of both community, but also the environment. A second thing I think we can learn from elemental resistance is that the focus on constituent parts. So this is really interesting because it connects with what Lorena was saying in her presentation. I think in this case, these activists are trying to actually not make broad claims about technology, about infrastructure, but rather to focus on the constituent parts of nature, in this case by focusing on water, and of technology, in this case a data center or the extraction of lithium. We can say that this might be a limitation in the sense that this might be an opportunity in order to understand what's going on in the whole AI life cycle. But because these activists need to have very clear goals, at the moment they're not being able to make broader claims about how does it connect to the whole technology life cycle. Another characteristic of elemental resistance is that it is vital. So if we compare it to digital rights, for example, we can say that elemental resistance speaks to the immediate survival of individual and communities. I'm not saying that digital rights such as privacy, access, and freedom of expression are not important, but that probably if we combine those kind of struggles with environmental ones, we can be better able to speak to the immediate reality of some people. In the case of Atacameño people, they would even talk about extinction. Extinction here means the end of their cultural approach to water, but also their literal extinction in the sense that they will have to move to another place because of the harms produced by lithium extraction. And also, as I said, elemental resistance brings to the surface how lithium extraction can challenge or can put into risk ancestral practices, and also how the technological development at the moment benefits from the lack of knowledge about the territory and the environment. So this lack of studies regarding the availability of water are not a coincidence. Some companies are benefiting from the fact that these communities do not know how much water is available. And finally, elemental resistance can infuse social justice in the whole chain of technology development. Here I'm focusing on particular groups, but I'm sure if we look at the different elements of the AI life cycle, we can also find different groups resisting, for example, data labor or e-waste and so on. It's just a matter of bringing them together in order to have a general picture of how it works. But that's, I think, something that can be brought to technology resistance if we focus on the elements. And as I said before, I think that there is a limitation here. So these two groups, as I said, they haven't been able to make broader claims about technology. And I think that it will be super interesting to hear whether they have an alternative, for example, proposal when it comes to technologies, or whether they don't want to have technologies at all. In the case of the data center, these neighbors, for example, of Cerrillos in Santiago, they are social media users. They also use Google. So it will be interesting whether to hear from them or to get them involved in ongoing conversations about the development of alternative technologies, or actually the rejection of technologies, what in Europe is known as neoliberalism. So that was my presentation. I'm looking forward to hearing the two other speakers. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry about my voice, but I really wanted to participate today. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Thank you very much, Sebastian.
So the next speaker is Napanoi Lepapa from The Elephant. Napanoi Lepapa is a freelance award-winning investigative journalist based in Nairobi, Kenya. She's also a contributor with The Elephant. She specializes in open source technology and cross-border financial investigation to trace the illicit money flows and links between abusers of power and their networks or family members. Napanoi is deeply passionate about underreported issues on health, gender, human rights, technology, environment, and climate change. Is she connected?
Yeah, she's there. Hi, Napanoi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Hi, how are you?
We are fine. Thank you very much for joining us. So looking forward to hearing you.
Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be in this space. To be able to talk about an investigation I did in 2021 with colleagues of mine from Ghana, Nigeria, Cameroon, and an environmental lawyer from Kenya. So my investigation was about, let me share. So my investigation was about, we came together to do this investigation, the 5 of us, because we felt that this was a climate justice and environmental justice issue. So we thought it was also an underreported issue. So we decided for each one of us to focus on their country, and I produced a story about e-waste dumping by developed nations and how it was affecting Kenya and climate change. So so I will start by saying or defining what is e-waste. E-waste are electronics which are reached end of life, either overtaken by technology or have just reached end of their useful life. So my investigation, we focused on air conditioners, freezers, and fridges, that is cooling appliances. And we discovered that the appliances have a lot of toxic gases, heavy metals, but we were quite surprised. Like myself, I was quite surprised because I didn't have the kind of information I found while doing the story, and it's the same situation with a lot of Kenyans. So I thought this investigation was really important, and because when it comes to Kenya don't have a law about e-waste. So, and the country is still struggling with handling e-waste. So every year we generate like 51.3 tons of e-waste, and only 1% is properly recycled. So most of the time when you come to Kenya, you'll find these.
Can you hear us?
Maybe dumped on rivers, just laying around. Go to people's houses, you still see these e-waste. So not just the cooling appliances, but also the phones that they have reached their end of useful life. it could be the TVs, all of that. So when it comes to
yeah, are you sharing a screen?
yes.
Okay, we cannot see the screen that you're sharing. So are you sharing some slides?
Come again?
Are you sharing some slides?
Oh, it wasn't.
I'm just asking because I don't know if you. Sorry?
Yes.
I'm just asking because we don't know if you want to share some slides or just like you know, want to say.
Yeah, it's a Word document. So
It's fine. It's your script. Yeah. Then sorry about that. Just yeah, keep going. Yeah, sorry about the interruption.
I'm really sorry. So I was saying we don't have a law, and there was some efforts in 2023 of passing a law. It never happened. Recently, they tried again, but it has not happened. So this US that is coming to Kenya, it's just coming and ending up in rivers at home or burnt like other US that have been in Kenya and have no place of be safely recycled or taken care of. So the e-waste in Kenya mostly you'll find them discarded carelessly in dump sites like Dandora, in rivers. Most of the time you'll find people burning them, especially when they want to scrap valuables. Sometimes people throw in the pit latrines because they have nowhere to put this waste. Like I say, like sometimes you just leave it at home. So because we don't have a law, we don't have the technical means to recycle this waste, it's ending up damaging the environment and people. So and also I think as there is the issue of climate change is getting hotter. People want to have something to call themselves, to preserve food. So they are looking for ways to find or to have these devices that help them. And for many of them, they can afford these leftovers from developed nations that have been selling e-waste or obsolete or appliances that are nearing the end of life. So these appliances that are almost or require repair, most of them when they come here, they require to be repaired before they are used. So I'll talk about who dumps, what is dumped in Kenya. And like I said, it's I focused on freezers, fridges, air conditioners, which are inefficient to be allowed to be sold in this country. So whatever is coming here in Kenya cannot be allowed in these countries that they are coming from. So basically, we are getting things that are very toxic, things that are not allowed in those countries because they don't meet the energy requirement, the energy rating requirement. So these appliances, they are ozone depleting. They have ozone depleting refrigerant, which have high global warming potential, or maybe they are safe, they are ozone safe refrigerant, but they have very high global warming potential. And we know these refrigerants have the capacity to warm the atmosphere dozens of times greater than carbon dioxide. And the cost of these appliances that should have been in these countries where they are coming from. Kenya, a country that doesn't have infrastructures, country doesn't have a law, is the one that is being burdened with these appliances. So manufacturers and recyclers in these countries are saying, let us dump this stuff in Kenya, and Kenya can bear the cost of recycling. But unfortunately, the country cannot, is not in a position to do that because it's already struggling with its own domestic generated e-waste. And most of the time, the people that buy these appliances, they end up spending more money because they want, because they have to work. And because they are not good, they were discarded from someone's home. They have to repair them. The bills go high because they consume a lot of energy. So, and they are inefficient. So they spend a lot of money. They keep repairing them. And for most of them, you can buy an appliance and then like it soon breaks down. It doesn't last long. So it means you have to go buy another one or get that replaced. That basically means like instead of, you could have done something with that money, but instead you ended up buying a freezer or a fridge or a air conditioner that you need. And then these cooling appliances, they end up, because they have this short amount of time remaining for its usage, they end up in places like Dandora. Dandora is one of the biggest slums in Kenya, and most of the people living there, they earn less than $1 a day. And they are the most affected because stripping of these appliances happens there. And also the Nairobi River, they don't have water, and there is Nairobi River that passes there, and most of these people who are stripping wash there, or some of these appliances with heavy metals are thrown in the river. So, and because the people from Dandora, the people from the informal sectors, the ones who are removing copper, the ones who are removing aluminum, the ones who are removing spares, they are poor, and every day they risk their life to remove these valuables. They don't have protective gears. In fact, most of them, they don't even know the toxic in these things. They don't know the danger of this stuff. So, and for them, it's just they need the money. So they will go stripping these things because they need the money. They don't know the consequences. They don't know if they're risking their health. They don't know all that. And when I went there, I found them burning. Some are burning these appliances. Some are using hammers to remove copper from the appliances, which was very dangerous. But most of them were not aware of that. And those sellings, when you go to these shops that are selling this stuff, they're not aware that these things are, because they are aware they are old, but they're not aware that they're so inefficient, or they can leak gases, and the gases are dangerous. So most of the time you'll find these people are selling these appliances, and they believe they are of good quality, because in Kenya we have a thing of glorifying secondhand stuff. But in reality, the reality is these appliances are very toxic and can cause serious health issues. So once dumped, the toxic seeps into the soil and groundwater, and when broken down, the lead dust particle pollutes the air. So normally in Kenya, like I said, they are sold in guise of exporting second-hand appliances. So you go to the market, you're told this is a second-hand. It's good quality. It's from the UK. People here in Kenya believe anything that comes from the UK, anything that comes from abroad, it's good. And also, it's the sellers will make you see this is cheaper. It's within your budget. It's something that you can afford, and it's going to last. But that's not the thing. And also, some of those people who source or import these, they keep saying, we are providing employment to Kenyans. Kenyans don't have a job. At least this is something that they can do to grow themselves, to provide for their family. We can reuse, removing these spares, removing these copper, aluminum. We are creating employment. That is what most people believe. But like I said, the places are inefficient, and they need constant repairs. They cost a lot of money that could have been used elsewhere. So in my investigation, the countries I found that were dumping these obsolete near end of life appliances, the biggest one was the United Kingdom. Then there are shops that were selling from Germany, others from the United States, others from India. I found one from Sweden. So you go to these shops, they're all over the place. I went to Nairobi, I went to Eldoret, and I went to Mombasa, and these shops are called ex-UK, ex-Germany, ex-USA, ex-India, and Japan. So these things are coming, these things had others, things are coming to Kenya, yet it's a criminal offense. The criminal offense under the Basel Convention and the European Waste Shipping Regulation to export e-waste to developing countries. It's a criminal act, and every day on the news you'll hear the European countries, the people who are dumping these things in Kenya, in other African countries, you hear them talk about the urgent climate action. They have regulations, so they have regulations and of these appliances, and even with all these, even with them talking big about the climate action, even with these regulations, it means the enforcement of dumping in other countries is not taken seriously. It also shows that the international protocols are also not taken seriously. They're there, they're like decorations. So it seems like nobody's adhering to them. Also, Kenya is a member of these international protocols, but also the country allows these appliances to come here in Kenya. Like one expert told me, Kenya might talk big, but its action says environment, the climate change is not a priority, because even without a law, we have international protocols that should disallow this, but still it's happening. So this e-waste, apart from degrading the environment and through like the mercury leads, dumping make it a bit hard for Kenya, which is trying to cut its carbon emission by 30%. It makes it a bit hard for Kenya to meet its international climate obligation, and also it means it affects the other countries who are trying to do this. Yeah, so it basically, what I am saying is the dumping means that even if Kenya says it has these, even if Kenya makes these promises, it means that it's perfect, like it will be hard for it to achieve them because of these substances, these toxic substances that are being brought into the country. So when I was doing the investigation, and I asked sellers, I pretended at times I went undercover because it was a bit hard to get information from these sellers, from people who are importing. And I remember when I was posing and I asked them, how can I get these appliances to come to Kenya? And I was told for me to get them in cheap and bulk from the UK, because it's the biggest exporter in Kenya. I was told that I needed a relative or a middleman in the UK who will be sending me these appliances. And I asked them, where do you get these appliances? So most of them will say, like, they're all over the place. They're in the UK, you just go and collect. So in one of the fridges, there was these numbers. The numbers are, I discovered one, it was 0870. It was from a domestic general repair shop. in the United Kingdom. It's a big repair company used by customers, and it's approved by many manufacturers. Unfortunately, I was not able to get to these recyclers or other repair shop in the UK, because as I was working here in Kenya, and we didn't have someone to take that out. So these discarded e-waste or appliances that are sent here in Kenya as secondhand, they are normally refurbished and are sent here in Kenya. They are obsolete, of course. They are near end of their lives, and they are a decade or more behind in terms of performance, in terms of the energy efficiency, because they do use a lot of electricity. And when you buy them, they don't last. You don't stay with them for 3 years. You don't stay with them for 2 years. No, you stay with them for months, and you have to replace them. Sometimes even 2 months is a lot of time. And the refrigerants that are made or that are used in those fridges are obsolete, and they have been phased out by laws like the Montreal Protocol. So these appliances are that have been phased by Montreal Protocol and exported to Kenya, are brought here by recyclers who don't want to take that responsibility of recycling. So they transfer that responsibility to Kenya. And then we have like scrupulous business people, mostly they are Kenyans from abroad who do this. So they unite with others, and then they bring this stuff to Kenya. So the network, that network collaborate, and they are trying to defeat the EU laws on exploiting damaged stuff or goods, e-waste to Kenya and other African countries, and which is not good, because, like I said before, Kenya doesn't have the capacity to recycle. A United Nations university study in 2018 found that 1.5 million freezers and fridges were exported to countries like Kenya. So, and it didn't, the study didn't count those that were illegally exported to Kenya. So the number could be up there. And in these discarded or damaged appliances, they contain refrigerants that are banned. They are toxic, especially when these scrap dealers use crude methods to remove copper, to remove aluminium, or to get the scraps. So these refrigerants that I saw in the market, they contribute to the depletion of the ozone layer and to climate change. And when you release them directly to the atmosphere, when you release these refrigerant, the dangerous refrigerant to the atmosphere, they harm the ozone layer, and also they harm the climate change. They affect climate change. So the refrigerant I saw R410A, I saw R22, which have very high global warming potential, and they are often thousands of times more polluting than
I think there is an internet connection issue in Kenya. See if she's online. Naipana, can you hear us? She's frozen. Yeah.
You are online, no?
Yeah. Well, let's wait like huh? Yeah, but she doesn't have signal. Yeah, she's not online and then she cannot receive my messages. So I think we can introduce our next speaker. For those of you online, you will have the opportunity to hear Yasnaya in Spanish. So if you prefer to hear her in Spanish, please just like set up like that on Zoom. You have here the button where you can choose the language. And then Jorge, a student here at the Oxford Internet Institute, has agreed to translate him from Spanish to English. And so please, Martina, if you can introduce.
Yes. So the third speaker is Yasnaya Elena Guillal from Colectivo Mixe. How do you pronounce Mixe? Mixe. So Yasnaya is a writer, linguist, translator, researcher, and IUIC Mixe activist, graduate in Hispanic language and literature. She has a master's degree in linguistics from the National Autonomous University of Mexico, UNAM. Her work focuses on the study and dissemination of linguistic diversity, as well as native languages at risk of disappearing in Mexico. She has collaborated in various projects on the dissemination of linguistic diversity, development of grammatical content for educational materials in indigenous languages, and documentation project and attention to languages at risk of disappearing. And her talk is entitled Technological Diversity, Are the Tools the Master One? Okay, welcome.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Muchas gracias por la invitación.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I want to thank everyone and the OII for inviting me to talk to this forum about my ideas about technological diversity and to speak about the possibilities of developing and cooperating with other types of technologies. I'm going to share my computer. I tried to write my presentation in English so you can see it.
Can I share my screen? Bueno.
Today I want to talk about technological diversity, but first I would like to start with this site from Audre Lorde, which is "The master's tools will never dismantle the master's house," which is a famous quotation from Audre Lorde. And I want to talk about how sometimes we have been seen that these tools have been developed by the masters and that these tools always come from the masters, which are Occidental tools with specific characteristics. This is almost a general truth that in the West, there's a more advanced technological development than in other parts of the world. For example, if you measure science and technology in places such as Latin America, you can see that studies always remark that there is a few patterns and technological progress in Latin America or in these territories, and it's lower and it should be enhanced. The development of these technologies have taken place in places such as the US or in Europe. And because of this specific quote reminds us that these mechanisms, these same mechanisms that have been built from oppressive places from the world will not necessarily break the mechanisms of the master's house. Nonetheless, although I still agree with this quote of the mechanisms behind the systems of oppression, I would like to talk about some specific tools, which are the technological tools as systems of oppression. So the question that I have is the master the one who really owns these technological tools? So I want to talk about these possibilities, and if in reality we have other types of tools related to technology. First of all, I would like to set a precedent of a lecture of the current system, the current oppression system in the world. First, our current oppression is divided in three, which then turns into different discrimination types and more specific discrimination types. These systems of oppression are patriarchy, decolonialism, and the third is capitalism. Patriarchy is necessarily united to colonialism. That is, before colonialism started, we have to be aware that it was a patriarchy system and a patriarchy thought. Before a matriarchy, we know that the colonialist project is a patriarchal project. For example, authors such as Silvia Federici have shown how patriarchy that arrived in our countries or in our territories, it's a system that persecuted women and that related to witch hunting, a system in which women had a lot of knowledge. Nonetheless, they were persecuted as being witches. This system that was developed as a patriarchy has enhanced or exercised this first colonialism, developing other identities, for example, as the Judean people or the Moors in Spain. And this colonialism has been exercised in Europe as itself. This is a patriarchy that will generate a colonial system that will develop an extraction system in the territories. And to be able to extract these tools, they will also abduct people from different countries to be able to use them. This not only happened in our continent, but this also happened in the rest of the world from the metropolis. Colonialism then gave birth to capitalism. This is not a relationship that is not necessarily that it's related. For example, it has been studied how families that have a lot of capital today come from families that had slaves before. So colonialism is a present of capitalism. So the three of them are intertwined as systems of oppression. In actuality, let's think that patriarchy it's a paint in yellow. It's a color in yellow. Colonialism is the color in white, and capitalism is the coloring in black. So these three buckets of paint, we will mix them as we see in the image, in a bucket or in a bowl, and we will mix them thoroughly in order to theoretically see that we have patriarchy, colonialism, and capitalism in the same bucket. So if we take a spoon of this bucket, we cannot separate patriarchy from colonialism from capitalism. They are deeply mixed or intertwined. For didactical terms or for analytical terms, I have to understand that these are systems of oppression from different natures, but in reality, they work in the same system. For example, technological development known as AI or new technologies, etc., have the roots of patriarchy, colonialism, and capitalism. They are inside this bucket of paint. They cannot escape this process or systems of oppression. Furthermore, these systems of oppression are taking us into a crisis, an important crisis. This is our first this is our first the first problem that we have currently related to technology, women rights, population, children rights. It is influenced by this crisis that we are seeing. These systems of oppression that are destroying territories and persons, and that create the world as we know it right now, is not as intelligent as it seems. It is not a progressive technology looking to the future that is always developing, and it gets better day by day. We cannot understand this progressive technology, or that it gets better. We cannot say that this is a better technology if it is endangering us as we see right now. This model is creating a lot of CO2 based on the use of fossil fuels such as carbon, oil, and gas. So the Earth's temperature is on average 1.2 Celsius degree higher than it was before. This creates the emission of greenhouse gases that warms the Earth. And the majority of these gases come from the burning of oil, gas, and coal. Much of this, sometimes we think that these technologies are not necessarily correlated physically, but we have servers, we have hardware, we have minerals, and other things that are related deeply with this type of energy. There is also a relationship of these systems of oppression with global warming. 10% of the population produces 49% of CO2 that are endangering us in the world. Therefore, the richest people, the ones that have more capital, the one that has been historically benefited from colonialism, are the ones who are creating this problem. Meanwhile, the poorest 50% of the world population only produces 10% of the world's greenhouse gases. Furthermore, 100 companies from the world generate 71% of gas emissions that are endangering the world as itself. So if we're going to discuss about new technologies or technologies in general, or the master's tools, we have to be aware that these tools are implicated in a crisis that is endangering the world. So now also as a background, I want to talk to you about the indigenous people, to talk about other type of technologies that come from these groups. Generally, we speak that the technologies, or in general, it is believed that indigenous people are primitive people that do not have technologies, or that they have a poor technological development. Almost the majority of the recommendations in studies, or in studies for this type of people, they always say that they should enhance the development of technologies for indigenous people. But what do we mean when we talk about indigenous people? It seems that we know, but there are different names. For example, indigenous, Indian, and native. indigenous comes from the Indian, comes from the name of the river Sanskrit, while indigenous comes from the Latin. Nonetheless, we know that Spanish were wrong, and they thought that they arrived to India when they arrived to America. While in the colonial times, it was used, the Indian word was used in Mexico, but with the rise of the state, with the nation states, we started to use indigenous instead of Indian. Nonetheless, in other countries, we also use the word native. But what do we have in common, all of the indigenous people? Sometimes it is thought that it's only a cultural issue. Nonetheless, indigenous people, we don't have cultural traits that are common. For example, in the picture, we can see the Sami people, which is considered as an indigenous people. The Sami people lives in Norway, Russia. So what do we have in common? What do I have in common, Amihe people, Amihe woman, with them? Almost nothing. My background is different. My traditional background is different. Even more, in Japan, they have the indigenous group or the indigenous people known as Ainu. And my question is, what does it make, or what do people, or what does it take that indigenous people in different parts of the world, such as Africa, have in common? What do the indigenous people from different parts of the world have in common? Can we talk about technological development from indigenous people? I believe it is not possible because indigenous is not a cultural category or a geographical category or an identitary category. A lot of indigenous people, such as my grandmother, identified herself as Mije, but not as indigenous, because indigenous doesn't even exist in our own language. Why do I think indigenous is a political concept? Well, indigenous needs two conditions. To be an indigenous people, we need two conditions. To have suffered from a sort of colonialism, for example, Spanish or Japanese or European. But furthermore, when countries were developed approximately 200 years ago, these people were not able to create independent countries. We were trapped within these 200 countries that we have approximately in the world. These countries are exercising an internal colonialism. They deny our languages, our existence, our political rights. If for a reason my people, the Mije people, would have created their own country, a country that will have its own representation in the UN, we will not have been considered as an indigenous people. We would have been considered as a country that would speak Mije. It is not our desire, nonetheless, because we believe that there's a problem with the concept of nation state. Before, we didn't have 200 countries that required us to have passports to cross the borders. There are indigenous people that are larger than countries by themselves. Nonetheless, they remain as indigenous people. For example, Africa, the people in Africa has 4 times more people than Denmark by itself. Nonetheless, the territory was divided in a few or in a lot of countries right now. So indigenous people is more of a political category than a cultural category. We can say that though that indigenous people are stateless nations that have suffered colonialism. We are nations without army, without state. And indigenous has to be understood also as a political category, as I have said. So for 1,000 years, for example, Mije people, we have been Mije. But during the last 500 years, we have been Indian. And recently, in the last 200 years, we have been indigenous. So indigenous is not an essential category. It's not a trait related to us. So in the future, maybe we will not be indigenous, but we will remain as Mije, as Cherokee, or as Zapotecs. So in this sense, what is the relationship of indigenous people or Afro-descendant people in relationship to technology? Technology for me is a natural relationship with, or has a natural relationship with humanity and with the environment, and with humanity as a social tool. Technology, therefore, is profoundly related with curiosity of the people and with the creative relationship among our environment, with other societies, and with the natural habitat. Technology has always existed, and it has been developed in the majority of societies, on the whole societies of the world. Technology has been before colonialism's patriarchy, and it has also been before capitalism. Nonetheless, one of our main problems right now is that we think technology as a synonym of capitalism. In fact, when we talk in this type of events, we are told that without capitalism, we would not have been able to develop technology. Nonetheless, throughout the history of societies, we have seen that technology does not need capitalism. It is a condition that was before the development of capitalism. So we have a narrow view of technology because of this. We have a version of technology that it is thought to be capitalist, a technology that then turns into a product that we can sell this product. For example, in the case of the Mije people, we have developed technologies to work with our land, to foster the development of some specific seeds. These technologies, we do not sell them. It is a common good for the people, for the Mije people. Everyone can have access to these type of technologies, and they do not have to pay. So we are trying to dissociate these technologies with the development of capitalism. So let's see how it goes. What we have called technological progress has a deep relationship with the patriarchal relationships. So for example, let's think about a woman and a man that is developing or that has created a tool for another technological system. In order that this man was able to create this tool, he needed the labor of women that were not able to have, so these women, in order to take care of the man, they were not able to have the tools to develop the tools by themselves. So this knowledge was relegated from the women because they were not able to attend to universities. They were denied or to take or to have access to this knowledge. But not only this, to have this technological development, it was necessary to extract their labor So these people, that is this man that is developing this technology, which we sometimes call geniuses, that they can patent these technologies or this knowledge, they needed the women to take care for them, to have food, to take care of them when they were sick. And these women that were taking care of these men, they were denied of having access to these technologies. So imagine, how would technology be if we didn't have patriarchy? What would have happened, or how technology right now would be if women were able to participate in this system? For example, in the milpa in Mexico, in the with the mijes, women have always been able to access in the selection of seeds and in the technology that has been able, or that has allowed us to develop grains that fertilizes by itself. Now, the relationship of technological development with colonialism, it's more evident, because what we have called as technological development needed to create different, or needed to use different types of knowledge, because current technology is a multicultural technology, although it is denied. It has needed information, knowledge from people from the East, or people as ourselves. For example, biopiracy is an example of how they need our knowledge, but then they take it as knowledge from them. Even more, it was a necessity that our lands were needed to be exploited. So the people that their water is polluted because of mining, for example, will not even have the health conditions to be able to participate in this technological development or to be part of this knowledge. So the technological development found a relationship with colonialism and was used in the benefit of certain oppressors. So even now, when we think about new technologies, we have to be aware, where do those minerals come from, these new technologies? They come from these territories that have been denied, or that are still denied to have access to these technologies or knowledge. The majority of the territories that have this type of mining, or where water has been polluted, unable to extract these minerals, these people, or these infants, for example, they do not have access to these technologies where their territories have been extracted or devastated. Also, in the labor of taking care, we have to ask who were the ones that were farming the land in order that these elites were able to develop these technologies. We have to think about this supposedly genius that invented something. This genius had to eat. So who were in the plantations or working, or were slaves, so that this genius could develop his work? So people have been historically oppressed by colonialism. Also, capitalism has co-opted the current technology, or the current Western technology. For example, we now have a discussion if capitalism is necessary for the technological development. Some people say that we do need this capitalism in order to have to be able to compete, but I call this as the iPhone fallacy. When we criticize capitalism from iPhones, we're also asked, well, why are you using an iPhone that was created by capitalism to criticize capitalism itself? First, I don't think that capitalism was the one that developed this iPhone. These technologies were developed previously. In fact, capitalism has been a brake. It hasn't allowed us to develop even more, because capitalism, what it does is taking the technological knowledge and it's been treated as private property, which in other societies is not necessarily like this. For example, I return to my example of corn, where the fertilization process is used by everyone and is not seen as private property. No one believes that we should have classes that are sold to know how we should plant these seeds in our lands. But capitalism makes that technological development has to be subordinated to capitalism. So in order to develop technologies, it has to be subordinated or it has to be sold. So this creates a barrier to the development of knowledge. So imagine what would have happened if capitalism was not subordinated, if technologies was not subordinated to capitalism, if everything will be free. If we create private property in technology, we're inhibiting the collaboration of other people. So that's why I say that capitalism stops technological development. Another thing that I want to highlight is that in capitalism always divides or creates a division between nature and society or culture. So nature is seen as another, as a merchandise, as private property. Who created the minerals that were created in Earth? Well, no one. They have always been there. They are a common good. They are a part of history of Earth. So why do we sell them now? Because someone thought that it could be a merchandise that would be able to be privatized. So this privatization of technology and capitalism is what endangering us, what is endangering humanity right now. What we are seeing right now is that the development of technology is something irrational. Although we have been told that the development of technology is something rational and the development of science, in fact, it is not. It is acting in an illogical, in a way that it's not logical, because it keeps fostering capitalism and is allowing technologies to develop in an earth or in a world that needs natural resources that is finite. Our world is finite. So the necessity to keep growing or the necessity of development of capitalism is infinite. So we cannot conceal this idea that capitalism is infinite while our world is or our resources are finite. So regrettably, this synonym about capitalism and technology, we have to unhook it. We have to think technology outside of the capitalist frame. So who owns the technologies? Going back to my original quote, who is the owner of a vaccine, for example? The scientists that developed the vaccine, or the people whose bodies were or have been used historically, or that their bodies were removed in order to test these vaccines and the medical science in general? We have to remember that during the COVID-19 pandemic, French scientists said that Africa could be a good way to test these vaccines, the COVID-19 vaccines. The bodies from persons that have been historically oppressed. I believe that in order to develop this vaccine, they needed knowledge from different people or groups that were invisibilized. For example, women that created labor or the ways to take care of them, or the natural resources from the people. So we have to see that the owner, the master, is not as original as we think. In order for him to develop these technologies, he had to negate, or he had to exploit the resources or the knowledge from other cultures, from other bodies, and from other populations. For example, who is the owner of new technologies or AI, of digital technologies? Is it Silicon Valley? Or are the women that have historically taken care of the men from Silicon Valley, and that they have been denied to have access to these technologies? Or the person whose territories have been torn apart, or the children that have died because of the pollution of water that has been extracted, or the minerals that have been extracted. So we can see that these technologies are not their own technologies. They have been robbed or they have been stolen. In the case of these other technologies, from the people that have been that are not part of these technological or their systems of oppression, we have seen that they have also been able to develop technological development. Nonetheless, this technological development is carried on under repression. What would have happened with the Mixes if we didn't have colonialism or patriarchy or capitalism? What these technological traditions have is that they cannot be separated. We cannot think about them as technological separate. For example, what would have happened with these seeds? We have to think that they are not separate from the land. These seeds do not necessarily need chemicals that harm the air. We cannot conceive nature as an exploitable resource. We have to see it as a continuum, or as part of humanity, as a dependence of humanity. And we have to identify that the well of the people is also in relationship with the well of nature. We have to also think our definition of progress and development. We have to think about creative technology instead of the idea of progress, because progress always aims forward or to have more. And when we want to have more things, it breaks the relationships with other people. Creative technology then adapts to the necessities of the context. It is not necessarily that something is better than other thing. So, for example, is it better to have chemical fertilizers that pollute the earth, or to have fertilizers that were generated from self-fertilization processes that do not harm the earth? Also, indigenous people, we are part of these technological developments, although it's not necessarily seen as part of the West, because the natural resources are part of our territories. 60% of the natural resources that are used in the world are within our own lands. So we have to think, or we have to speak about technological diversity. We have to see that all of the people are creating technological diversity, and that maybe some of these technologies are even better for our current crisis. So we value this technological diversity that is not necessarily related to capitalism. We will be able to identify solutions to current problems. For example, our people that have been seen as archaic or primitive, we have answers to contemporary problems, such as global warming. So let's look to this diversity of different people in order to get more answers. to the problems that capitalist technologies have developed. For example, we can see the philosophies of reciprocity, such as tequio, which comes from the Nahuatl, which is a philosophy of reciprocity that doesn't have to be something that is not moral. It is instead related to nature. It is something related to the families, to the people. And there are different names to these technologies of reciprocity. For example, tequio, minga, lumbum, col, faina, etc. There are different words to describe this. So what would happen to our traditions? What would have happened to our traditions without these technological traditions, without these systems of oppressions? We can see that we still have creative ways to live. For example, these technologies that are used to fertilize seeds, we are seeing how, for example, US is trying to privatize this technology because they think that they could use these technologies for other lands. Nonetheless, if they do this, they will take our knowledge, our Mechanization knowledge, to use it for their own interests. So, for example, as open source software has done, we have to see these technologies as something as technology and reciprocity. This is something that I would like to leave, and these are questions that I would like to leave for the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jasnaya. Thank you very much, Jorge, for your amazing translation. So we have like now time like around 40 minutes for like a discussion and questions. So is there any question you have like so far? Do we have a question in the room? And I'm just gonna share this one.
Can I just talk?
Yeah.
Okay. I hope I'm audible. First thing first, I'd like to say thank you so much, Sebastians, Naipanoy, and Yasnaya for a very insightful presentations. I hope Naipanoy is back because I have a questions for her.
Yeah,
She's back. Okay, that's great. You mentioned earlier about how Kenya does not have the necessary infrastructure and laws for e-waste recycling in Kenya, and that leads to unsafe practices of e-waste recycling and leads to a lot of harmful consequences. So my question is, do you think that e-waste problems can be resolved by having improved laws and infrastructure around e-waste management systems alone? Or do we need a more holistic approach to tackle the e-waste problems by, for example, having an upstream solutions about how the technology is designed at the initial stage? Basically, my question is there a way to prevent e-waste being generated in the first place? Very curious to hear your thoughts on this. Thank you.
I think, Naipanoy, I think you are mute.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear the last bit of your question. Kindly, could you repeat it?
So if you can repeat the question, because
Repeat questions. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So my question is, do you think e-waste problems can be resolved by having improved laws and infrastructure around e-waste management systems alone? Or do you think we need a more holistic approach, like proposing upstream solutions about how we design our technology so e-waste can be prevented being generated in the first place?
Thank you so much. First, I think that we need to start creating devices that are long-lasting, and we need to stop making them from toxic stuff. And if we do that, I mean, because there was a time I asked this expert, like, should we ban this? Should we ban the secondhand appliances? And we can't ban this because as a country we can't produce this, so we have to rely on others. What we need a law for Kenya, and Kenya need a law that can a very compelling law, like when it comes to the manufacturers, when it comes to exporters, when it comes to consumers, like that law should direct people or tell them this is the kind of stuff we need in the market. If it doesn't reach this level, then we don't need it. This is how we deal with this appliance when it's reach its end of life. So I think in Kenya we need a US law, and internationally I think, especially US coming from this country where they are developed, and for them they are not using these appliances. So they are discarding them because they are toxic, to be so serious when it comes to saying we don't need these appliances here. And they mean it's not just saying we are taking action, yet these things are finding themselves in other countries, and especially in developing countries like Kenya. So I think for the international players, they need to be very, very strict with the equipment. And for us in Kenya, we need a law, because it's not just the cooling appliances. We have these US struggles that you go to people's home and you'll find these poles lying around. You'll find children playing with these phones, yet they contain harmful stuff. You find TVs, you find them, they're mixed up with other household waste. So for us, we need a law, but internationally, I think that they need to act, and also they need to stop just talking, to take action, because I think it's just all. I don't know if I've answered your question.
I think so. Naipano, thank you very much. I hope we don't have more internet connection. So what happened was that she had an electricity issue, so reason why she had to drop out. So there is a question for Sebastian, made by Lorena Jaume Palasi, so speaker in the morning panel. So the question says, can you tell more about the resistance communities, nations, planning to create their own studies? I believe you say they want their own data. Did they say anything about why that format data and not other studies approaches? In Germany, Tesla placed a request to make their own water studies. They need a permit to dig for the study. And this resulted in a protest from local communities who fear this will take away alternative resources of drinking water.
Yeah, hello, thank you. Yeah, so there are different questions there. So one of them regarding the word data itself, I think that activists wouldn't really use that word. I came up with it for two reasons: because of the importance that they gave to the number of liters per second that are being used in order to make the data center work or extract lithium. So I thought that the word data was useful in a way. They would speak more about what they needed were studies. So that's what both groups will say. And there are different stories. So in the case of Santiago, this group opposing the Google data center, they feel that they are missing a study on the availability of underground water. So these municipalities, Cerrillos, which is a very, one of the different municipalities in Santiago in Chile, it's the only municipality that has a municipality-owned water supplier. So it's like a very an exception in the country. So they thought that they could collaborate with the entity, which is called SMAPA, in order to conduct their study. So it's not that they want this study only for them, but rather for the community, for this collective-owned entity, and so on. And the only studies available, and this is true in both cases as well, in the Atacama Desert as well, are studies conducted by the companies themselves, which of course these activists don't consider to be that reliable. In the case of the Atacama Desert as well, something that they kept telling me is that there are studies concerning particular projects, how, for example, the extraction of lithium in this particular saltpeter, how much water that we use, but that what they felt that was lacking was like a more comprehensive study of the situation in the Atacama Desert or the surroundings of the Atacama saltpeter. So there were different kind of considerations, but I will say that the situation is that most studies are conducted by companies themselves, and that there's a lack of more comprehensive studies that will be more useful for the communities. So we can wonder why those studies have not been carried out, considering that these companies have so much money. It's obvious that it wouldn't be convenient for them, but that's what they meant by conducting their own studies.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. So there is another question for Jasnaya by Diogo Pereira Enriquez online, and it says, what an awesome presentation. Well, I think all presentations were awesome today. Perhaps what we need is not a big development of Western technologies, but a change of perspective, as Jasnaya Elena Aguilar Gil showed us this afternoon. How can Western academia support local cultures without colonizing them? I think this is a big question.
Well, it is a complex question. First, I think we have to understand that Western technology is not only Western technology. They are not the masters. It is a multicultural knowledge that has been erased, but it is multicultural. The development of paper comes from other places, for example. Vaccines or the pharmaceutical industry comes from a lot of biopiracy. So we have to change our seeing, because Western technology is not necessarily Western technology. What is Western technology is the capitalist label that makes us think that it's Western technology, but it is not. The second is that academia has an important responsibility with this. There are several studies that have identified how journals or scientific sites have shown us how countries that have been colonized or historically colonized, when they collaborate with researchers from the north, there are very few exceptions that these researchers are taken as co-authors. They just are taken as a person who collaborated in the research, but they are not taken as co-authors. So this has to change. In order for this to change, we have to change the system by itself, because the majority of the funding or the prestige is based in publications or in journal or yes, publications in general. So the celerity which is needed for this, it is urgent, because in order to change it, we have to change the speed of how this research is done. We have to slow our pace, because it doesn't have to fit the ways of how journals work. The last is that we do not only need collaboration. It is necessary that these collaborations also pass or shares the technologies. So we have to return these technologies, this knowledge, but also the budgets. They have to renounce the rhythms or the hard rhythms that sometimes academia requires. Because academia is not only doing research, it is also the social facts that happens around it. For example, the prestige, the material conditions that are needed, or the funding that they need, or for example, how they always are trying to aim the Nobel Prize. So this inhibits structurally a more slow research that can transfer budget, tools, laboratories to our own countries. And this will inhibit, for example, the interests of the market. So this needs a structural change. So we have to start creating good practices first, that Western technology is not Western technology. And the second is to renounce to budgets in order to pass them or to share them with other countries or with other people. It is not necessarily to share the name. I have experience, research that I have done where I have collected the data, where I appear as a co-author, but I am not allowed to participate in the theoretical discussion. For example, in the collective that I'm part of right now, we're trying to do research outside academia. Sometimes it is also seen as academia and research as synonyms, but it's not necessarily that.
Thank you, Desmaya. Sebastian, do you want to add something?
Sorry, yeah, something brief, but I agree with everything that Desmaya said. But also, I think, so I'm thinking about my previous research on astronomy in Chile. You know, there are many international observatories in Chile, in the Atacama Desert as well. And therefore, scientists in Chile, they have access to a unique amount of data. So they can do whatever research they want. But despite that, there is this problem, which is that they have to work with the data that is available. So after interviewing some of them, I'm using this concept that I'm borrowing from Walter Mignolo, an Argentinian linguist who talks about epistemic obedience. Because when you have all the tools, all the data, all the resources available, that doesn't mean that you can do your own research. Because before that, you have to ask yourself, what is relevant for the community? What is relevant for my context? How is the knowledge that I'm going to produce connect with the needs of the local people, with the local visions, for example? So as long as there's no, those questions are not asked, I would say that you have colonial, so to speak, sciences. And that's also come from the side of us, as I identify myself as a researcher from the global south. How do we deal with those questions? I work at Cambridge, I have research funding. How do I do it in order to make sure that the way I use this funding when I do my studies in Latin America are relevant for the people there, and can express their visions and address their needs?
Yeah, I also have like this kind of like questions myself, because for instance, in order to organize this workshop, I was like, I always have like this kind of concern, like I'm extracting something from like these people in a so-called global south, right? Because I'm using that to promote a workshop that I'm organizing in the global north, to have like more academic, I don't know, like collaborations or other kind of like things. So I think that at the end is also like to be humble with yourself and see, and you know, recognize in front of people that you're someone. I mean, I'm a researcher from Spain. I was born in Spain, but I'm now in the UK academia. So to be also aware of that and to say that, and also like as Sebastian said, kind of like create like this kind of like collaborations with other academics and escaping, as Jasnaya also say, this an academic engine of like publications and being pushed to like ask for funding and to escape this kind of like academic speed and to slow down, as Jasnaya said, and try to create other type like a counter academy, right, where we all like collaborate together and create this kind of like of communities that in other places, in other countries, they are like very engaging with like communities, and I think this is a way we should proceed also in academia and escaping this individualistic way of performing. So I think there is another question for Naipanoi that was online, and please, if you have any question in person, okay, raise your hand. And it was Naipanoi, if you could explain briefly your conclusions, because we had like this electricity issue, and also there was another question that say, let me check because now I have an issue with that screen. Yeah, I cannot open now question. So can you like please add that question on the chat? But basically, Naipano, if you could please give us like highlight your or explain your takeaways of your talk, because we had like this electricity issue. I think you're mute.
So, I feel that we have so many international protocols and treaties, and I feel that it's the lack of enforcement from the international or people from the international level. And since people from the south, the global south, like Kenya, don't have the capacity. So I think if it was enforced from there, I think maybe we'll stop the menace of e-waste, and we maybe can at least deal somehow with climate change, and also we can stop harming the community. Because here in Kenya, I don't know, when it comes to laws, it takes a while. I know laws takes a while to be enacted, and I believe that because these countries have they have laws to protect themselves, so they also have a responsibility of their waste, and also they have a responsibility to protect people in the global south who cannot protect themselves. Yeah, I think that's my thinking, that they should be more responsible. They should deal with their waste. They should encourage people, or they should take strict action against people who are dumping the e-waste. So basically, in international level, like, don't let these protocols, treaties, your regulation, don't let them be decoration that where you're saying, I have this law, I have this, I am part of this treaty, but you're not doing anything with them. Enforce whatever is there for the people of the global south, the people of Kenya who are who think that these secondhand e-waste or appliances are good. Just do something, enforce your laws, enforce the international protocols, so that people who are here in Kenya are not in contact with these these toxic stuff that are harmful to their health and also to the climate, because it is people in the global south who are feeling the most climate change. They are the ones who are feeling the effects of climate change, and as the international or developed countries continue to dump these substances here, they continue to make a country like Kenya unable to reach its sustainable goals, to reach its climate goals. So for me, I think that the developed countries should be more, they should stop the talk, they should be take more action. Here we say action is better than words. So for me, I will prefer they take actions and stop the talk, because at the end of the day, it's the people in the global south who are suffering the most. The effects of climate change, they are the ones who are in contact with this toxin, because they are made there, but it is people here in the global south that are suffering the most.
Yeah, thank you very much, Naipanan. So the other question that was online for you, and then we will ask the room question, is does the Basel Convention for managing trade in e-waste need to be replaced by another protocol?
If they need to be replaced, I think when it comes, I always say, like, you can have the most beautiful laws, you have the greatest of laws, even the treaties, it's just the implementation. I think they are there, they are good, but it is the implementation. It has, they have to be the goodwill, implement whatever is there, make sure you are enforcing what is there. I don't think they should be stripped or done away with. I just think that people should be more firm in whatever they are saying, not just to go and write these big protocols or sign treaties. They're not helpful if you're not enforcing them. So for me, I think implement whatever is there, because people in the global south, they don't have that capacity to protect themselves, and also you can see they don't have capacity in terms of law. So their international protocols don't do away with them, just try to implement them. That's my thinking.
Thank you very much, Naipanan, for your answer. So do you want to, oh, we have more questions in the room. Yay! I'm so happy. I'm just gonna move this so that speakers can see the people in the room. So I think we can ask the 3 questions. So if you want to start.
Okay. Thanks everyone for the very awesome presentations. I'm very inspired by everyone's presentations. I have a question for Yasmana specifically. So there are many like societies and industries that are very deeply capitalist, and maybe to use Sebastian's example of the data centers, they are essentially like profit-making, places that operate on when you operate as a business, all you think is like you operate on a capitalist logic, right? So in these kind of places, how do they even begin to unlearn technology development and progress beyond capitalist logic when that is all they know? Like, how can they even begin to imagine future and technological imaginary that is different from the reality that they're experiencing? And maybe they're even struggling with surviving capitalism already, that they cannot even begin to move beyond capitalist logic to imagine something that's different. Like, how would they even start?
So your question is like, how can we create like new types of technology out of this system?
Like if you're so, you say like, we are so deeply entrenched capitalism, then how will we imagine a different kind of
so imagine
progress? Yeah.
Okay. And then there was another question. Me? Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, thank you so much for the conversation. I think it's really generative. My question was around, I guess, research. I feel like in the global north, often it's really easy for scholars who don't have much context in the global south just to sort of study down, so to speak. So I just wonder, from your experience, are there aspects of corporate power or technology owners where you think there's benefit for exploration to sort of help expose like how power works and structures?
And I think there's a question addressed to the 3 panelists.
Yes, to all 3. Thank you.
And then last question in the room.
Yeah, it's a bit similar, I think, to the question. Yeah, it's addressed mainly to the first 3 speakers. So the first session. My question is about how can you reduce the impact of AI on environment? bear in mind that there are technologies nowadays for data centers similar to what Microsoft have been trying to have data center underwater. So it will be completely isolated. It's more efficient for the computers and also reduce the impact that it has in certain location. So if you think about AI, because it's something that you'd not be able to stop, it's not something that we aim into produce the amount of or go back in history and stop what we've already developed. But going into the future, what kind of rules, what kind of policies would you implement to have it just reduce the impact?
Okay, thank you very much. I think that the panelists from the previous panel are not there. I think only Lorena. So if Lorena, you want to jump in and say something about that, but let's start with the first question addressed to Jasnaya.
I had connection problems, so I couldn't hear the questions. Can you repeat? Or... Ajá, sí, a ti te escucho, Sebastián.
Creo que perdona, creo que la pregunta es sobre cómo podemos empezar a imaginar tecnologías alternativas si es que están tan imbricadas en el capitalismo. Quizás si esos imaginarios existen, dónde encontrarlos. Creo que apuntaba a eso la pregunta.
Sí. No, like how can we imagine like new technologies when trying to escape from capitalism?
Right.
Yeah, more or less, yeah. Oh, then I can do
that. No escucho bien a Sebastián, pero gracias.
Okay, I'm going to try to answer the question. First, when some other friends and I that are involved in technologies, when we decided to leave academia, our answer was to leave academia. We decided to make research or to do research outside academia that's closer to our communities. That had a deep meaning. We rejected every type of collaboration with academia. That was our first resolution. Our second one was that all of our knowledge that was generated in English or that was created in English, for example, of plants or the access to new digital technologies, what we were able, we tried to translate it to our communities, to make it accessible to our communities. Because what happened with corn, it was something that was worrisome for us, but that was in English, so we had to translate it to our own languages. Then we started making our own research, but in the way of when we were doing this, we realized that we needed connections with academia because we didn't have the possibilities to make specific type of research without these connections. So we learned that we cannot, for example, just leave capitalism and that's it. That would be very easy. We have to find allies or be able to distinguish the structure from the people. There are people that in fact want to do it in a different way. And we have to establish alliances that does not necessarily go through the logics of capital. So as Sebastián mentioned, we have to agree that we have to understand our own curiosities and our own necessities. So we can create peripheral capitalist spaces that are not necessarily outside of the system. But for example, these traditions are sometimes encoded in our languages. That's why, for me, it's important to translate our own languages, because the knowledge, for example, of plants, it is within our languages. So we can protect this from this type of encoding. But this extractivism is always patent or latent. For example, people within academia or research, when they are doing work or research related to internet access in the region, sometimes that data ends with companies that they will try to offer those products to us. And it's sad, because this type of collaborations, we are always suspicious about them. Nonetheless, these are risks that we have to take. And we have been able to find, for example, when we were starting digital activism, because we think that indigenous languages should also be in the digital spaces, we saw that, for example, Facebook were offering this type of possibilities. So we saw that we were able to have this type of languages in Facebook, for example, our local languages in Cachiquel. So we had to think how this type of knowledge, or what were the implications of this. So that's why it's important to have information, because sometimes they sell it to us as you're going to have internet access or information, but this was an attack against the neutrality of the network. So we had to realize that the alliances, or the natural alliances, are with the people that are creating open software, the people that are trying to do something that is very related to us, for example, Aztec, which is a type of work that is a social work that is for everyone. So it's not only getting access to technology, but who is able to be our potential allies. So sometimes there are projects that they inhibit, or that they stop capitalist interests. We are not outside capitalism, but we can be able to create spaces that are peripheral to this capitalist system. For example, when we can create this type of knowledge, where we were able to create a repository where our own indigenous language was in approval or published for the rest. But also sometimes we don't have time to be able to publish our own research or knowledge. For example, this type of projects that we identified that was biopiracy, that they were trying to stall our projects. We had to translate this knowledge, and this took a lot of time to us. So we would have to think, that's why I asked how our technologies would be if we were not under constant attacks, or if we have constant research done against our interests. So we have found that we are able to do these alliances, but we have to identify also that our research is also going to be slow. Because in other regions or in other parts, they are able to do it faster. Nonetheless, we don't want to do this as fast, because that's the problem. The problem is that when new technologies, because of this optimism of this optimist technology about climate change, when we think that new technologies are going to solve climate change, it is a trap, because these technologies are not going to solve climate change. But because if we keep extracting, for example, minerals to solve this, then there's not going to be an earth to be able to do this. So there's a contradiction, an inherent contradiction. So the technologies that are supposedly addressing climate change, they have a lot of problems, because they are extracting minerals or resources that have a consequence on this. So what I expect, or what I try to do, is to have collaborations that are outside what the market or the research expects. I don't know if I replied to the question, but this is my own experience. And we do need to have our own protocols. For example, protocols for researchers, for pharmacists, because our experience has shown us that we have to be able to defend ourselves from this type of research, about this and the possible consequences of this type of research.
Thank you very much, Yasmaya. So there are like 6 minutes left. So I think that I will invite Sebastian, Lorena, and Naipanoy, if you want to briefly add your contributions about these imaginations of the future, about like the things that we have been discussing, it would be awesome. So Sebastian, if you want to go first, and then Lorena, and then Naipanoi, and we conclude this workshop.
Okay, so on alternative imaginaries, right? Same.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna be brief, but basically I agree with Jasnaya. And also I think it's important to highlight certain initiatives that are already in place that show how a non-capitalist, so to speak, digital infrastructure might look like. I know that Jasnaya, she's been writing about, for example, the case of telecommunication networks in Oaxaca, Mexico, where these cell phone networks have been built on the basis of the needs of the community, discussed in collective assemblies and so on. So that's only one example of how can we have technologies outside the paradigms of capitalism. I also, with a colleague, we were very lucky that we co-edited a special volume on the terrestrial internet. So basically we received collaborations of research looking at, for example, some groups in Brazil, Afro-descendant groups in Brazil, developing Baobaxia, which is an alternative internet that is also not completely open as the one that is like the dominant in the West, but is rather kind of has certain controls over the kind of information that people can access, because not all communities and indigenous communities have the same approach to open access, for example, or knowledge sharing and so on. So I think that there are alternatives in place, and it's very important to show them. Another one is that in the 70s and in the 80s, there was like a radical moment of reimagining in different parts of the planet. I'm very familiar with the case, not very familiar, but relatively familiar with the case of Chile, where socialist president Salvador Allende tried to develop Cinco, which some people call like an alternative internet that will be based on socialist values. In this case, Cinco, the idea was that the different factories located in different parts of the country will be able to communicate with themselves and with some governmental agencies in order to coordinate the production of goods. This was not like a centralized idea. Allende was like a democratic socialist. So he wanted to put all these different factories in communication. So that would be a very different conception that we have of the internet, but that actually was a project carried out in the 70s, in the 72, I think. So those are a few examples of some initiatives. There are some feminists, for example, activists talking about, feminists putting together feminist servers that will be less polluting, that will be more careful with the environment, with the community. I think that there are several examples, and our role also as researchers is to foreground them, so we can see that not everything is about domination. There is also alternatives there that are feasible in a way. Yeah, thank you that was a very good question.
So Lorena, if you want to go first, and then we will finish with Naipanoi.
Yes, I think Jasnaya and Sebastian have said everything that almost everything that needs to be said. I think from the Western perspective, I think it's important to start questioning the ways how we have produced knowledge, and to start looking proactively for other for all the thinkers and all the researchers that have been producing knowledge for the last 60 years that have not been received and written over here in Europe, which is part of the problem. There is already a lot of knowledge out there that is offering other views and other ways of knowing and understanding. And it's been there for 60 years. Sylvia Wynter, Enrique Dussel, Walter Mignolo, but also Aníbal Quijano, but also Ruth Gilmore Wilson, and many others have been questioning the way how we produce knowledge, how we create our political structures, and have also been discussing about the ways how we standardize and produce technologies. And I think that it's been more than enough time to still keep ignoring all these authors. I think this is one of a fundamental thing. I also think that it's important to be very careful And I know it's exciting for all of us to understand that there are alternatives to capitalism, but I also think that it's important to understand that we white people need to understand our position and understand where we belong and where we don't belong in a conversation, and understand that we cannot speak for indigenous voices, that it is not on us to speak for them and explain for them, but it is for us to just step out of the chest of all these nations that we have been oppressing and leave space, not offer them space. They have their own space, but just start stopping with imposing our solutions, imposing our humanitarian intervention, imposing our laws. And no, I don't think that AI is imminent. AI is almost non-deployed here in Europe. Most AI companies are fake AI companies. And looking at a technology that is built on exploitation and extraction, this is not a long-term technology, because as Yasna have said very clearly, it's based on things that will not exist forever and that are finite. So I think that this is also something to be reminded. There will be a lot of things we will have to restrict and to say no, and AI will be one of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lorena. And finally, Naipanol, you want to briefly say your conclusions about this question of the imagination of the future?
For me, I'll be very short and say the environment is everyone's responsibility. We have a responsibility to take care of it because we depend on it, and no one has a right to mess with it. And we should do it together. We should participate together. We should find the solutions together and like involve all parties, the sellers, the generators, the waste disposal facilities. Let us all come together, do this together, share knowledge, because most of the people who are involved in this kind of stuff don't have the knowledge, don't have the know-how, how dangerous some things are, and some of them don't even know they are harming the climate, they are harming the environment, or they're harming other people, including themselves. So for me, I'll say we have a responsibility to protect the environment, but nobody can do it alone. We have to come together and solve the issues that are there.
Thank you very much, Naipanol. I fully agree with your conclusion. So I think that we arrived to the end of this workshop. Thank you very much for your attention, for staying all day, 6 hours here sitting. Thank you very much. I hope that you can stretch your body after that session. And yeah, thank you very much for staying here, and also the panelists for your amazing and deeply interesting insights and conversations. And yeah, hope we see each other like around Oxford. And if you have any question you want to engage with this kind of like research, please drop an email either to me or like the panelists. And yeah, thank you very much.